Alright, so next up we're going to be playing Satisfactory. This is going to be a brand new run. I don't even remember half the settings this game has. I played it a long time ago and had a really good time with it. For those unfamiliar with Satisfactory, ultimately what it boils down to is it's an automation game, so it's all those games that you go, and I forgot to say, welcome Melgoso. You did say hello, and then I got distracted with what I was discussing about announcements, and I forgot to go back to that. But, it is one of those games that you sit there and you start at the beginning, you start smashing up a rock, and then you put in a thing and it makes ore, and then you smash up some more rock, you put a thing and you make ore. And then you make a thing that smashes up the rock for you, so you don't have to smash up the rock anymore. And you continue to kind of go that route. The other thing it also does is it has a lot of exploration on the map, which is really, really good. It's one of those things that people have asked, like, when are you going to make a procedurally generated map or allow being able to terraform the map? And it's actually one of the things that the devs have come out and said, we will never implement that, because that would come at the complete cost of exploration. And they're like, it's just, if we wanted to go that route, we would have had to do a long time ago. This is what the game is. But I think it's a good thing. I do appreciate maps that are worth exploring. I think there's room for both being able to customize your map and doing all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'll bang. If you really want to boost discoverability, you should give us the potato cam. I might experiment with something silly around that. It'll probably be one of those things I don't announce and I leave it as like a hidden redeem so that like if you drop, I don't know, we already have a hidden one for if you drop 100 bits, it goes, yay, in a monotone robotic voice. I could see doing something like 150 or 200 or 50, whatever the amount, that just like a little potato appears and then goes away. Imagine if it sprouted on stream. Chat would go wild. Well, if you're going to have it where you can visibly see it sprout, you'd probably need to do a bean instead of potato. Like potato, you kind of like see like the little nub there. Versus beans when they pop sometimes, like because there's the shell, you can just watch it go like the little green thing kind of come out because it started growing inside until it got enough force to pop open the bean. But it's not gonna be like an actual potato sitting on my desk with a camera pointing at it. It'll be something like a picture of a potato or something. But yeah, with all that said, we're gonna go ahead and get this started. See monkeys? Yeah, alright. So we're gonna go ahead and get this thing started. Yeah, so I did actually mess with this on Twitch before. I know that means something up there. But I only played it one time, very briefly. But we're gonna go ahead and pop in here. So you have your different tiles that you're allowed to do. And they all have different pros and cons. Let's see. I'm gonna... Do I want to start on stage 1? I'm gonna start on stage 1. Let's see. So they all have their pros and cons. Like I want to say this one had giant open areas to build on, but you had a lot more effort to get fuel for your stuff. Well, when I was like 10, they came out and were being sold and really thought they were real. I didn't know they were just selling like little shrimp. Yep. But yeah, so for those who don't know, no matter which of these you choose, it only kind of sort of matters. It's where you start on the map. Literally the entire map is available no matter which start. It's just where you start on the map. So you have down here that this is just like a very green area. It's got a decent amount of flat. That's very near the sea. I don't remember the Rocky Desert. It's recommended for advanced, experienced, first time. As they redid how the views render, so you can see way farther than before. Okay, one moment. Okay. The forests look pretty? Yeah, let's see. Height difference in few open areas. Plan change for the Sims? Oh, sorry. On the thing I said I was going to do Satisfactory, and if I wasn't feeling Satisfactory, I'd do the Sims, so we're going Satisfactory. I think I might go for the forest. Because the desert the desert has very little biomass. We'll go with that. The session name. New on Twitch. Okay. And I'm just gonna look at, let's see. I'm gonna leave the advanced settings alone. Alright. So let's pop in here. I did choose to, let's see. Are you familiar at all with this? Oh, yeah. Like, a number of versions ago, I played, I think I got to, like, Tech 6 or 7. I can't remember where the ending tech was. But it was, like nuclear was there. I think I had set up, like, a nuclear plant. Like, when that was, like, the big thing at the time. And then you just had, like, the box you could just shove stuff in. Alright. So I'm getting a little frame stutter, so let's adjust the graphics slightly. And everything hangs for a long moment. Everything hangs. There we go. Okay, so this one was warning me that the terrain is going to be all sorts of awful. Shrinking age progress. That's what I figured. I was like, it's first person. Probably is going to be rough for you. So, what did it give me to start with? It gave me the hub parts, 4 miners, and a handful of stuff because I chose to skip the tutorial. Alright. So we've got iron, 430 that way. Limestone, like, literally right here. Okay, so it looks like this is the way I'm going to want to set up. Because I've got iron, limestone, and copper within, like, 100-something meters of each other. Yeah, I dropped a couple frames there, so... Alright, so I'm still getting some stutter with it, so let's go ahead and tone it down again. That feels extremely worse. Why did lowering the graphics make it way worse? Okay. Alright, motion blur, we want that off. There's one problem. Cap it at 60. That actually is probably our entire problem. Let's go ahead and go back to high. Because it was at high that things were running fine, and then when I went to medium, it just started hurting. That's probably what it was doing. Oh yeah, that's way better. So it's probably just one of those things that's trying to run at like 300 frames per second, and then just running like garbage because of it. There's the iron. Limestone's over there, and over there. Oh. That in world, is that a walking rock? Oh, what in the world's that? Oh, that is, I forget what they're called. It's like it's a big walking balloon, effectively. You could bounce on them and everything. Alright, so it looks like I'm gonna have to go down there for my iron. And that's the copper down there, I believe. There's some limestone there. It's fine. And as far as the camera shake with this, I don't have to deal with this super long. It's only when I break a new node like that, otherwise there's not a whole lot of camera shake in this game. Let's get you in my hands. Alright, I lied, there's actually camera. Is there a way to get rid of that camera shake? Let me check that real fast. Because camera shake messes with a lot of people. Gameplay. Creature hostility default. Enable mouse smoothing. I don't actually care about that. Head bobbing is off. Motion blur is off. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can disable the camera shake, unfortunately. That's kind of surprising. With them... Oh, camera movement feedback strength? Feedback used to tilt the affected camera, indicating acceleration of movement. Currently only used in automatic trans... Okay, so that's just when we jump in the tubes. Surprisingly, I'm not seeing a thing about camera shake. Alright. Alright.
The remains of this creature might shed light on how to increase chances of survival. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Okay, so there's our copper node. Oh, here what we can do real fast, we can grab you. Get that to start mining. This is going to be a rough place to get around. Oh, there's more copper down there. That'll be easier for me to reach, so let's pick this back up and we'll go down there. Alright. Yeah, normally with the tutorial I have to make these miners. Alright, let's find that iron again, because irons are the most important things. Okay, so we've got iron right up here. It also looks like there's a power slug over there. Okay, so it looks like we got iron down there.
This semi-slug seems to emit unfamiliar energy readings which could potentially be retrofitted into Fixit technology. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Okay. Let's drop down here. We've got iron nearby. Come on, little guy. Okay, so this seems like a pretty good spot for me to build up. Yeah, so these things are friendly. They won't actually hurt you. Like, if you hit them, they run away. You know, it's a super jerk thing to do that you shouldn't do, but, you know, there you go. For science. Alright. Giant bouncy potato. Yep. Alright, so meanwhile, let's run over here, and let's not fall to our death. This is one of those games that when you die, you drop your stuff at your feet. There's probably settings for that I'm ignoring, but that, I believe, is the default behavior as long as nothing's changed. We do have limestone up here. And that'll give us all three of our basic starting materials. And there is a tutorial that I have skipped, because I played before, that you don't even get the miners that I'm putting down. That instead you start off with way less. Is that the path? That's fine, we'll just go like this. And there is fall damage. It's pretty sparing, and I want to say as long as you're at full health, you won't die unless you fall from falling from max height. I don't think you can instantly die unless you're already injured. So I'm going to immediately pull up all of the grass nearby. Spread all the plants. Nature must die. If there's anything to learn about this game, it's that nature is forfeit. Fine, just push and hold. That's lovely. Alright, so let's start this party. So I have... I'm trying to remember, was it B? No. That's that. What was the button? There you are. Okay, so this is sort of like the brains of your entire operation. So I'm going to go way back here, near the edge, because I shouldn't have to ever run anything to this side of it. Nature, that is like bugs and goop. Yeah, nature's the worst. Okay. Alright, so get our drop pod coming in. Say hello to our drop pod. And so what happens from here is when we go, this is the way you advance technology. So we start at tier 1 because I skipped the thing. And it says, okay, you'll get all of these unlocks if you provide me these materials. And it's the same with all these kind of things. I think we might go for logistics first. That said, I'm not going to worry about that yet. The first thing I need to do is we start with a bunch of materials. Let's put that back in our hands. Alright, oh, we can go ahead and put the power slug in the box here. Because I'm not going to be able to use it. Oh, they made this bigger. I'm pretty sure this used to be smaller. Alright, so now I gotta start making stuff. So if I go here to Q, I choose my different production stuff. We have a minor MK1. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, I didn't realize I started with everything I need for that. I'm gonna pick these up. Pick a minor. Pick a minor. I'm gonna put minor MK1 here. And for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and put the other miner just on the ground here in case I end up short on materials. Alright, so with this, once I wire it into power, it'll just start mining. I don't need to worry about that yet. We will need a smelter, which will turn that materials into other good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put that over here. Alright, there should be a spot here where we can connect the power. Oh, it's this button. So I connect the power. What is it? Oh, it was letting me know it was in line. I see, that's fine. So you'll notice this power pole has 4 different power connections. It's always good to make sure you leave an extra connection for hooking up other power poles. Alright, so I don't actually have power on it yet, but I do have those wired up. The next thing I want to do is grab you. And shove that in there. Because that'll get our iron production going. And we'll end up having constructors we'll do stuff with. Oh, right. I need an equipment bench. That's right. And later on, I'll start doing stuff to make this done. And the craft bench, I don't require. I believe this is a crafting bench right here. So we're good with that. Alright, so we've got all this stuff going. Power's fine. Logistics, we have conveyor belts. And I want a storage container. And right now we're not going to do anything fancy with it. I'm literally just going to shove it directly in line with that. Get plates going. Okay, now I've got all that. I don't mind putting stuff in here to start powering, because that'll start getting us all that going. So put the biomass in there, put that in there. Oh wait, I can't put both. Alright. So it'll burn through that biomass very quickly. That's okay. Alright. So first off, we just need to get that early stuff on. And what we'll end up doing is having that make metal plates. And then we'll also have it start making stuff like screws and all sorts of other good stuff. But right now, we're just trying to get producing at all. I want to get all this extra biomass to throw in our burners. Generally speaking, I like trying to go for the coal power as fast as possible, because coal is, weirdly enough, coal is a renewable power in this game, since these never run out, versus biomass is not really a reliable renewable power. It ends up being a huge pain. Alright. So I've got that. Oh, I needed to set you. Iron ingots. Thank you. Alright, so that brings that online. I'm going to get the limestone online next. And the reason I want to do that right away is so I can put down concrete foundation pretty early. Because you can't really line stuff up with each other well until you get that. And it will bother me very quickly when I can't. Alright, so pick up the miner. Production. Okay. No, it's fine where that path is down there. Okay, and for the moment, I don't really want to do anything with it. I'm just gonna shove it in a box. Because I believe later I'll have stuff I need it for. But right now it's not later. Alright. And so now we grab this power pole, and as you can see I only had the one connection left. But that's fine. So I'll put you here. Oh, it actually reaches. Okay, that's wonderful. Alright, so that means we're going to end up having our limestone start coming in, or whatever that is. And that means the next thing to worry about is copper, which was up here. Just got to figure out the way up. Looks like there's a ramp right here that I'll end up using a lot. Aww. You can make that your friend later. I don't have any berries to make it friend yet. All I could do is zap it right now and commit violence. Alright. So I can grab you. Go production, miner MK1. Drop you. Okay, so I don't have the supplies to actually keep this going, so it'll just say, oh wait, I can just go around. Never mind, I don't need to go over that. There's a path right there. Alright, so what was the button? There was a button for a deconstructor. That's Q, it's F. And this is one of those games that you get your materials back. So if you misplace something, you can just do that. Alright, well that's much easier. I was gonna have to go over that hill and everything. I can just scooch around the back here. Alright. So with that, I am already putting iron plates here. Well, iron ingots, not plates. That's not what I meant to do, it's what I did. So I'm going to want a constructor. Alright, let's go, lovely. That's fine. I won't have to deal with this too long. Let's grab all those ingots. Go to this. Say I would like iron plates. And grab the power. So that pole is entirely full at this point. So what I'm going to want to do is pop over here. And actually what we'll do is we'll put a pole there. I will disconnect that. Connect these two poles. And then connect that. And meanwhile, I could run this power pole over here. Okay, that way it's at least mining the copper. Okay, so we're gonna start making our ingots. As soon as I get enough ingots, we'll make a conveyor belt so it's automated, don't have to be manually involved. Alright, what is this giving me? If I... Oh, our power turned off. Lovely. Yeah, so that gives me my mergers and my splitters. I think I'm gonna make the foundations first, actually. Alright, so did I run out of fuel, which is the most likely thing? No, I didn't. I overwhelmed it. That's fine. So I'll go ahead and do this. I'm going to turn it back on. Really? Oh, wait, you have your own connection now? Weird. That's not how they used to work. I'm okay with it working that way, it's just caught me by surprise. Alright, that should do it. But yeah, so if we actually look at our power grid on this, you'll notice this is the amount that we can provide, the capacity here. And that's how much we were pulling. So if I exceed that, it shuts down the whole thing. So it's unfortunately not a thing where things run slower or something like that. The moment you overwhelm your grid, it blows the breaker and you have to, you know, turn off your whatever's overwhelming
Data
it.
shows this as a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the MAM.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to end up needing more biomass. We'll do that while we wait for the thing to give us more plates. And later on, I get a chainsaw where instead of having to grab everything, just go into like the middle of an area and you chainsaw and it pulls up everything nearby. It also lets you get trees for wood, which is just the same idea as biomass, but more efficient. And then all that later you can process into like biomass fuel pellets or whatever they are, like logs. I don't even know what they are. But it's an extra processing step to make the biomass go much farther per unit. But you notice I'm pulling all this stuff, and it does not come back in any meaningful capacity. So, like, as I'm pulling up these plants, I'm going to have to go farther and farther to get more biomass. Which, again, is one of the reasons why you want to get stuff like coal going pretty early. Because, weirdly, coal is a renewable power source as opposed to leaves and sticks and trees are not. Not really. You can see I'm already pulling up all of this area we purged of plants. Alright, so that should be enough to connect you. Alright, so now I'm getting plates automatically without having to put an extra effort. Okay. So the next thing I probably should do is get a smelter going for my copper over here. And for the moment, I'll put the copper end result way over there. It's going to take some doing because that's going to be a long conveyor belt. Production, smelter, I've got what I need for that. I'm just going to put it down here. I'll end up moving almost all of these things eventually. But until I get the concrete slabs and all that, there's not a whole lot I can do for moving stuff easily. Well, I mean, not moving, lining stuff up, because you see where I have such free-form placement. When I get the concrete, then I can have slabs and all that. Alright, so I grabbed that. So that's 16. Okay. In the meantime, let's murder more plants. Okay. Never set up storage for plates? You are correct. I'll need to do that next. The good news, I'll be grabbing the plates so frequently, they're probably not going to have a chance to pile up in the first place, but yeah, I do need to get storage set up for it. Right now I'm just trying to get the materials producing at all. And one of the other bummers about the biomass burners and why you don't want to depend on them long term is you can't just conveyor them in, so I couldn't just build a building to do that. Alright, so we got 36. Alright, now I need to choose to have copper here. No, that's going to upset me a lot. I know it doesn't matter that clips to the ground. It has no negative effects. But for me personally... Alright, so that's online. So that means we're getting copper ingots. So, as mentioned next, we want to get the storage. I'm going to need more rods. So we're going to probably have to craft those. Iron rods are going to require me to have ingots. That's no problem. I should have plenty of ingots laying around. Let's pop over here and check how these are doing. You're basically just about out of that, so we'll put wood in there. And you're about out of leaves, so put that in there. And this is what you do as an alternative to using the machines. Is you run over here and you hold the mouse button and make them by hand. Do I have that turned around the wrong way? Yes, I do. Can you just click to make it auto-craft? Yes, I believe. The point is, you don't want to be doing that long-term anyways. Okay, so now the plates are going into storage, so that machine shouldn't stop. As long as my power is running, this should now endlessly make plates until that storage is full. Alright, so next one to do is to get this, instead of just collecting stone, actually making the bags. I believe that requires a constructor. Let's actually check that first. Yes, it does. Oh, hush you back there. He's all back there going, "You're hurting the environment." To which our response is, "Get out of the way, nerd, you're next." There's actually nothing really to gain from killing them. No, I mean, if you click space, you won't have to hold down the mouse button. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're saying, okay, I misunderstood. Saying, I thought it was space as an alternative. Um... Oh, that's a nice touch. It didn't used to work that way. So, this is I have my hands on the keyboard. That's a nice touch. It didn't used to work that way. I appreciate that they changed it at some point. Alright, so that's limestone. You can go ahead and have my limestone so I don't have to carry it anymore. We'll end up just dealing with that later. Okay. Meanwhile, you need power. We can set up another power cable here. Put that there. And storage. Okay, so that takes care of that. So we don't have the rods being made automatically. I'm going to end up having to handcraft those. So in the meantime, while that's all doing its thing, let's check how much our power consumption is. Because that can get out of hand real quickly if you don't watch it. Yeah, so we're still doing all right. Go ahead and top you off. You're still doing all right. Yeah, second iron node for rods right there. Yeah. Yeah, normally I like to pipe that all in together, and I just don't have the logistics to do that. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh. I actually have 2 extra things of iron right here. Just pulling this up since it's where I'm going to be building. So collecting the biomass now. Yeah, so we can take this. And the reason I want to go for this one before the one on the opposite side is because it'll be easier for me to later pipe it in on that on a faster belt with more smelters and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we can go ahead and get another miner going. I need more plates. So close. Alright, so we got the second one of those hooked up. We will add another chest for a buffer here, which I can't quite yet because I don't have enough rods ready. Alright. Oh, and over time, where you're running your factories and all that, we'll get like a smog to it and everything. And now make rods. And then we'll just need storage for the... There's our power grid being overwhelmed. That was my concern with setting all of this up. I can fix this. Can I actually, do I have the stuff to make? I need more rods to biomass burner real fast. Alright. Give it a moment, we'll make some rods to make a biomass burner, which will speed up our consumption of fuel that much more. But it is the way it is. Alright. Okay, so you still have plenty of fuel. But the fuel at the cost of automation. Yep. Alright, so I got an extra thing here. Alright, so biomass burner. Oh, I'm missing wire. That's easy enough to solve. Oh, I forgot I could make that into the better fuel. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. Because I'm going to end up needing to make the wire soon enough anyways. But yeah. Normally when you do like the tutorial thing, you don't have half these resources available to you to begin with. Because they have you make the initial resources, which is fine. It really only adds about 15-20 minutes onto the playtime just to get that early stuff set up. Because it's like that thing you see maybe like pulse to see where the minerals are nearby. I believe you make that. I can't remember. There's one or two of the hand tools you make. Alright, so let's chuck that in for a moment. Turn this on. And quickly convert that into biomass. And the reason I'm doing that is the biomass, the generic biomass, is more fuel efficient than the leaves. So I have to refill it less often. And my materials go farther. So now that I've got that, I'm going to go here. I'm going to huck the biomass in there. We're going to run back over here. I'm going to make this into biomass. And later I'll automate all this. The making the biomass, I mean. And it'll just be one of those things that when I clean out an area, I'll just have like a box I shove all the materials in. That it will like split it out to its various locations and all that, so I don't have to worry about it. Alright, now I can go here and give it biomass. And we can go here and give it the biomass. Alright. But right now I'm going to be pushing the amount I can power everything up. And I don't want to commit like an entire like 2 or 3 machines to supporting that. In the meantime, drop those off. And drop the pedals off. Okay. So that's going fine there, that's going fine there. You're filling up. So I got that going on there. And you're making rods. Okay, so we got storage for rods, we got storage for the cement blocks. So literally all the materials I need for this milestone are automated now. So it's just a matter of the automation getting it done. Okay. In the meantime, while I wait for that, I'm going to go ahead and process this junk that's in my inventory into stuff. Because the choices are I can process into stuff or I can just delete it from existence. What you will end up doing later on in the game is when you hit these points where you're waiting for the factory to make more that, you know, maybe it's a coal node or something. Yeah, I need to turn copper in the wire? Yep. I'll get that here in a minute. I'm just trying to clear up some of my inventory space because I've got all this ore. And I didn't make a buffer chest for the ore, so that's not an option I currently have available. But, I should be able to take that as I process it. And then chuck it in these. The constructor. Oh, you need cable? That's fine, we can make that happen. Here, let's... You know what, we'll just process the ore by hand. It's fine. It'll get it out of our inventory. Okay. All right. Oh, not cable. That's not what I want. I would like to switch you as soon as I remember how. There we go, it's up here. The wire. Then we can go down here to organize the bins. And I can put all these on the bottom, and I probably will at some point. Okay, so grab your full. You're full. Oh, you need more wire? That checks out. Alright. And there's been a number of times that I played this game that I just delete that. Those dudes always get in the way? Yep. It's just the way they live their lives. Grab you, plug you here. Grab you, pop you in there. Alright. So we got more plates. Got more rods. Got more concrete. Alright, so this is a pretty good start we got going on here. When I get logistics, I'll start doing stuff like making it so instead of these each going to their own smelter, we'll have kind of a pipeline. Because like right now, honestly, that miner there could probably handle like 1.5, 2 smelters by itself. Same with this one. So I could have like 3, 4 smelters making the ingots to fill these up. Because you notice like these aren't getting backed up. This one's starting to because I dumped a bunch of ingots I made by hand in there. But generally speaking, to scale up, I'll need all those logistics and all that. Oh, I see where it's talking about where terrain is going to be a pain. Gotcha. So this is going to be definitely a base that's going to go up. The other thing I could do out of curiosity is I believe you can build platforms off of each other. And I've got this giant open abyss over here. Oh, it actually does drop down. Okay. So I think my factory is going to live here. We're just going to make a giant platform and build the factory over top of the world below. Sky base. Feels like a thing to do. Oh, I didn't realize there's another node right here. I thought there was just the one on the other side. That works out really well. Alright, so we got enough rods now. I believe we have more than enough plates. We're just waiting on the concrete. I still need 39 more concrete. That's fine. It's working on it. Okay, yeah, so we got everything but the concrete knocked out. How are we doing on fuel on all of our burners? Okay, so while I wait in the concrete, let's get more biomass because you'll end up going through biomass way faster than you realize. And it can suck when your entire factory grinds to a screeching halt and you have to run out and collect everything. Just to, like, nothing's happening. You're, like, very genuinely, nothing is being produced because you're busy running around trying to pick up sticks and twigs and leaves to bring stuff back online. Oh, another thing that they announced they will never do is there will never be renewable power in this game. But you can't wait for the chainsaw. Chainsaw's real nice. And people are like, but why? And it's the whole bit is the company you work for, Fixit. They basically don't care. They're like, we send you to random planets, you exploit the crap out of them. Like, we don't really care about the environment or anything. That isn't where the profit is. So, they're how you get technology. It's not like you research it yourself. You kind of go through them. So why would they be like, we need to worry about the long-term longevity of the planet? They're like, nope. Coal. Nuclear. And nuclear in this game has nuclear byproduct. You, I can't remember if it's like full-on nuclear waste or exactly how it works. It's basically, it's radioactive as F. And is really bad for everything. But it is an incredibly efficient form of power. Oh, and as well as games you want to take the time to explore. They hide goodies everywhere. Oh. I was like, what the heck am I hearing? And I figured you'd find a power slug up here. That's fine. Alright. All vegetation must die. One of the nice things about this game is they don't have like a limit on how far away you can see, so far as my map will always have that spot that says hub, which is your main building. So like even if you get yourself completely turned around, it's fine. You can always find your way home. They don't have like an equivalent of biters in this game, so if I walk a little ways away from my base, I don't have to worry about, you know,
New technologies can be developed based on this new, superconductive, gold-like element, primarily in power and electronics. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
But yeah, so you don't have to worry about, like, you know, you leave your base for a little while, and then you get, like, a notification thinking, oh no, the base is under attack. It's another one of the things they said they'll never add to the game, like a base defense mechanic. It's just not the game they're going for. Which is nice, because a big part of this game is exploration of the world. Like, the map is huge. I don't have a map thing. Later on, you get a thing where you can actually, like, map out the world. That, the map is absolutely absurdly large. And so, like, you will spend time exploring that. You'll go for, like, the power slugs that are usually hidden all over the place. And we get to push the launch button. Go!
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide the first needed to build basic factory infrastructure and improved overview. Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
Yep, so I send supplies back to home base, as it were. And we'll do it. Should you be able to research the next one, right? Right away or no? So far as the materials, probably, but I have to wait for that thing to come back down. I can't physically start the next research for another minute and 15 seconds. Which is why I'm standing here just processing all of our leaves that we picked up in the biomass while I wait. Yeah, I might have enough. I might be short. It depends. If it needs the concrete, I won't have enough. The concrete is usually a bottleneck because usually I have like one limestone mine nearby you, with a few exceptions on your starting positions. And as I mentioned before, the map is handcrafted, so it's not like each time you have to go, where do I find this, where do I find that? If you start at the same place, it will be the same every time. Which isn't that big of a deal. Unless you decide to, like, literally make your base the same way. I see you have a ton of ore in your inventory, why not put it in the smelter? The smelter's full. It's full of the ore already going in there. So, realistically, my choices are to handcraft it or just delete it. You can always leave resources you need by scanning them. Yeah. They always have that, like that's what we did. What I was gonna say though is when you
exchange concluded. Fixit freighter re-entry complete.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say is here, let's go ahead and choose the next one. The next one's gonna be logistics. Yeah, so I need I should probably have everything I need, I just have to go grab it. But let's say you start here. I actually started over that way. Every single time I start over there, if I chose that map, I could walk here and I would find the same thing here every single time. That's my point, is it's not a procedurally generated map. It is a static map that's been handcrafted, but it is huge. But yeah, as you discover more materials, you can hit V and it'll show you where it is. So it's like, tells me I've got one limestone node 90 away. I've got another one that's only 200 away, which is really not that far. It's probably not on top of that, but on the other side of it. That one's 400, which is a pretty good trek. Yeah, the 400 one's definitely in range to use, but that's probably not past that, not past the valley after that, not past the cliff past that, but past that. Whereas this one's just probably right on the other side of that ledge. Alright, so there's that. Okay, so we're slightly short on the rods. That's fine. 32 more rods won't take that long. Cool. So the good news is I can now go here and do foundations. And you'll notice that the foundations, these don't actually have different costs. So what's going to end up happening here is if I'm going to make like the sky base thing. Oh. That's deeply concerning. Why do you make the death ledge that goes out here? Because without the jetpack and everything, there's no way you're jumping across this. But as you can see, the map is huge. Like, this is just one of the biomes. What I'm trying to do... Alright, so this is a neat feature as well. I could hit plus there, and it has the ingredients on the top. So that's a cool thing. So what I want to do is I'm trying to remember how... Ah, there we go. Right. And I was trying to remember how I put it on the bar. Let's not get too carried away with that yet. My plan is to literally build the factory out into the giant open bit. Actually, let's not put it over here. Put it over here. I'm going to end up building the factory out into the giant open area because I can make a large flat platform to put the factory on versus the spaghetti up and... I mean, the spaghetti up and down can be really cool looking though. Like, decide to, like, make that plate production up there so I conveyor all the ore up, you know, whatever. You'll get the idea. We'll figure it out. I think I'm going to avoid just making a big flat thing. Because the big flat thing is, like, the easy thing to do. And it makes a lot of bases look the same. Not the same. Not as interesting versus dealing with terrain. And mash the go button.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory. We encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation.
All
The
right,
productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
Okay, so 7, 8. Make that 9. Later on, we'll do it. The spaghetti gets a bit much when you get a lot farther in the game, though. Yeah, no, I've gone all the way through nuclear and everything. This isn't my first time playing. But it will be an absolute disaster later. So what I think we're gonna do is I'm gonna check what's up here to make sure there's nothing I care about up top here while we wait for that to get back. Hi, buddy. I'll need a berry to get him to hang around. But I think, like, I'll put one of my manufacturing, like, maybe wires or something up here, conveyor belt it down that way, and deal with all that. Take advantage, like, not take advantage, make it fit the terrain being so ridiculous here. Alright. At the moment, though, we just need to keep producing stuff. But what we can start doing, let's check on these real fast, because these are probably getting low. Nope, they're not. I forgot how much more efficient biomass is versus just shoving leaves into it. Drop the biomass here. Drop the petals. Drop the sulfur and the cadmium, or caterium, because we can't do anything with that yet. And I guess while we wait for that thing to come back, start making ingots. Because then I can shove the ingots in a box to produce off of that. But then we should be producing everything I need for the last research. And then we can start using the splitters and all that. I am going to use the concrete platforms for laying down the buildings to line up the splitters and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah, I still have 40 seconds till the pod gets back. And this is just from when I had all the miners on the ground. Every time I picked them up, if they had time to fill up, it was 100 ore. Alright, you know what we're doing instead? You don't exist anymore. You don't exist anymore. You don't exist anymore. You don't exist anymore. That's good enough. I'm gonna run over here. Got that in there. Run over here. Got that in there, and we're good. Alright. And so the next on there is field research, which gives us more inventory slots. So, okay, so I need screws for the next milestone, which is an extra process. Alright, that's fine. So we can go over here, we can grab a little bit of everything we've got going on. Grab a stack of that. Grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Okay, so what we're going to do back here is I should be able to go to logistics, splitter. I put those two close together. And now I add the storage container over here. And the reason I'm doing it this way is so that I don't run out of oh, not far enough up the way. It was lined up with something else. That's a merger. And that's a splitter. So I can go like this now. And go production. So I'll need more cable. Oh yeah, late game, the amount of wire you need is absolutely absurd. Like, I'll have an entire building that is nothing but producing, like, wire and cable and electronics and that. It gets really, really absurd. Alright. But right now, early game, it's just getting any level of production of each material. And then you can worry about expanding and growing as able later. Alright, so now I got a constructor here. I do not have reinforced plates, which I believe require screws, if I remember correctly. So much cable. Alright, so reinforced plate does require that, so I need like 4 of them or something like that. It bugs out sometimes. I believe it should be fine. Just because I put the splitter on it and I didn't do anything with the cable. I found that worked really well for me in the past. The place I'd get myself into problems is if I placed the splitter and then, you know, started messing with it. But we can check. Like, I do remember there's certain things that would get a little janky with splitters and mergers and that when you put them on existing conveyors that you had to watch out what you do. If it doesn't work, we'll fix it. If it does work, we won't worry about it. Alright, so it's going through here. So we grab the screws, which means we go to organize, container. Alright. And now I got screws in production. Complained a lot this last week. Oh, okay. So you're saying there's like a newly introduced issue with experimental. Alright, so let's plan for that spot up there to be where we deal with all our iron stuff. And the reason I'm saying that is this is going to be a mess here in not too long. And I'm going to want to redo it because I'm going to want to put it down in concrete later. And I've still got 2 more nodes right here for iron, and not a good way to, like, weave it in. So we're going to run over here and try and get that started to set up. I'll end up wanting to put ladders or something going up and down. We can worry about that when we get there. Oh, of course.
This mineral shows purity levels akin to synthetic quartz manufactured on Earth and can be used to improve communication and exploration technologies. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
There we go. Yeah, they were not joking when they said, yeah, this terrain's going to be all over the place. Like, yep, that it is. All right. Alright, so we're just grabbing a bunch of this stuff real fast. It's basically however long it takes us to make those screws is how long till we have our next tech going. Which one of the earlier ones is chainsaws, which will make this part of picking up the various junk on the ground. Literally, I'd walk here and just go, wow, and then it's all gone. And then, you know, repeat. All right. Okay. So foundations, let's do the big foundation. It was a low effort chainsaw. As the best feelings game. Oh yeah, the moment you get coal and you're like, it's coal. I don't have to hand feed it anymore. All right. Grabbing all the leaves and all that stuff, just cleaning all this up. Because, like, I've got all this biomass material right here for right now. It's going to be a bit before we can get coal online. So until then, we're just working at this. What are the petals for? So, petals can be used for dyes. I believe you can also use it as a really crappy form of biomass. Like, I can't process into, like, the biomass logs, but I can just shove them in the burners. But they don't... Sorry. But they really don't get much mileage. They're the, oh crap, I wasn't paying attention and I'm out of biomass fuel. Alright. You having a good one, Birdie? Alright, so let's get over here. Grab the screws. We're at 200 screws. Cool. 39 those. 100 something of these. A stack of wire. More concrete. We'll never have enough concrete. Concrete as well as materials, no matter how much you produce, you want more than that. So boom, boom, boom. So we're literally just waiting on the screws now. Meanwhile, I can go here and process those. And like I said, eventually I'll make a small area where I'll have, like, the different input crates for, like, leaves in this one or whatever. Or sometimes I'll put, like, smart splitters. I can't remember exactly. I think it was smart splitters. That what I'll do is I'll just have it where I can just throw whatever biomass materials in there, and it'll process it down to, like, the biomass logs. Just because it makes it much easier to deal with this. Because there's another whole stage after what you're seeing right now. Like, right now I'm making into the biomass. It's something like compressed biomass or something is the next thing, and that's as high as biomass gets. Alright. So we still haven't hit what our maximum production is yet. With all this, so let's drop off biomass, the quartz, the petals. Okay. Yep. Not as well as things, you end up getting a lot of biomass stuff. So I usually will leave a biomass burner sitting around turned off, or 1 or 2 or whatever. That way if I just ever so slightly eke ahead of my power production, I can just flip it on and I'm back in business till I fix it. I think you need a few more iron smelters. What I need to do, and that's actually what I'm going to be doing up there, is I need to go and, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Get it so instead of where I have that going in the way it is now, using mergers and splitters to line up like 3 or 4 smelters or whatever, and not have to go through all that process. Is there an easy way up over here? Not really. Realistically, I'll build a ramp over here or something to get up there easy. Or later on, the tubes or whatever, but that's not till later. Alright. So I can build you... Oh, I can't remember. It's not for a while I get the walls, right? Oh no, we already have walls. They don't have the wall with the holes in them yet, though. Yeah, things that go... Can you remember? Yeah. I was trying to think of a way to, like, lock them in place, because if you get the walls with the hole in them, then, you can lock it right in where it snaps in place and everything. Oh, let's grab... See if we got our screws yet. But yeah, because then we can expand on our production of all the iron and that. The danger about expanding on all your production is you end up having problems down the road because your factory is just getting bigger and bigger and your power consumption is getting higher and higher and you're still having to hand feed it biomass. That becomes a real bad pain point if you grow too fast too early. Mash the button. Yeah.
The map
Get
has
out.
been unlocked.
Yay, the map has been unlocked. Yeah, so this is the little area that...
Milestone reached. The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons.
Okay.
Note: the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Alright, no, you don't need to tell me. Like, it also... Usually it's better is not just going, you know, do this. Like, that does not come across the way you probably want it to come across. Alright. Wait, is that... Oh, I was about to say, for a moment it looked like it had the stuff. Yeah, no, it's fine. Alright, so we got that. We got the power slug. We got these ores. Sort all that. Alright. So this is a secondary type of research you can do. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. There's being blunt about it, being like, it doesn't come across as like, hey, you can do this now. It comes across as, do it. And, like, obviously I'm overstating it. But as well as things like, hey, just be mindful. A lot of people will not respond well to that. Because it doesn't sound like a suggestion, it sounds like a demand in that context. Okay. So I don't have enough quartz to do anything else with that for the time being. That's fine. We don't have enough sulfur to do anything meaningful. We don't have any of the other slugs, so we can't do anything with that yet. That just requires more screws and all that. That's not a big deal. Yeah, so that's what we could research for the time. So drop all those off. Cool. Alright, and for the next levels of techs... Oh, wait, we have to wait 30 more seconds for it to get back down. I can make a power shard. Can you research biomass? I have to wait for it to come back down. Got a little ahead of myself there. On the man? No, I don't believe so. There's probably a tech node I'm missing here. But yeah, so I don't have what I need to do that yet. Alright, so we can make parts. We can make the thing for that. I'll probably make the chainsaw next. Jump pads, which will be convenient and nice. The awesome sink and all that. And logistics too. So realistically what I'll probably do is I'll probably go obstacle cleaning first. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to go for parts or logistics next. Probably logistics, then parts, then jump pads, then the resource sink. Just because the chainsaw will help me clean stuff up. And the jump pads will be nice to get up there faster. And we're going to end up doing that kind of stuff a lot in this run. What? Okay. Like, I got stuff out of there multiple times earlier, so... Because it used to be 50-50. Like, it didn't matter what it was. It would split it evenly on its output so long as one of them wasn't blocked. Alright. Meanwhile, while we wait for that, let's try and get this stuff up here sorted out. So we'll have the jump pad later, and that'll just be how I deal with it. Enough rods? Yeah. Really what I experienced experimental? Yeah, that was the thing that was weird, though. Like, I went by at least twice and emptied it out since we did the splitter, and then just it didn't work. So I don't know if it's like did some optimization consolidation type thing and it breaks during that. So that was weird. Luckily it was as easy to just rip the belt up, put it back, which is not that big a deal to deal with. Okay. Alright, like I said, I think I'm going to put my iron operations up here. That's fine. That's fine for now until I get the wall where I can fix it. Okay. It goes to the floor, what magic is this? Yeah, no, the problem is like getting it to line up the way you want it to without the walls with the holes in it is a big pain. So I'm kind of just shoving it there now, and then the moment I get the walls with the holes in it, I'll put the 3-hole wall there. And then, you know, I can just reline it up at that point. Alright, so 6. Wait, was that? Okay. That's not right, so unfortunately I have to pick that up. It needs to go down from down below up here. So the way I can fix that, though... I can't tell which way this is moving. There we go. Why are you being weird about this? Why are you trying to do that? Okay, we'll start with that. Alright. Thankfully, this isn't far in for the conveyor walls. Just need to sink in a couple coupons? Yeah. Alright, so the next thing we're going to end up doing is production, smelter. We'll start that here-ish. It'll go get more large foundations. Production smelter. Why are you trying to put on top of here? Weirdly, oh, it's because of the tree back there. Okay, that's fine. You can use R to go to zoop mode when building. Lets you place the drag. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. Alright. So we're gonna go here. Actually, change this for a moment. What's going on this side? So this is where I'm going to move my iron production up to. All right, let's see. Oh, that's right. Here, we can deal with this. You're building a factory? Yep. What I want to do is line up with both of those. Oh, you're not turned the right direction. That's the merger, that's the splitter. What? Oh, I see. All right. So we've got this started. Why are you not lined up? What is happening? That's the wrong one. Okay. So I've got those two hooked up for the moment. We'll go and bring this over here to the very edge. Now run those. You make you iron ingots. They're not ready to do anything yet, but we'll get there. Okay. I think you're having fun with your future spaghetti. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be no, like, it'll be fine. Like, you saw the way I was laying those out to be nice up top there. And then, like, right now, these are just gonna get wired in. So you see, like, these aren't necessary this much. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here is I'm going to change you to a splitter. Gonna take this one up. And you are going to go over here to there to start feeding that up there. So that way the whole factory is still online down here. But later on up there, I'll be able to start moving this stuff up there. Because right now we're basically just waiting on production. Oh, I haven't been making cable. That's fine. Main cable shouldn't be a problem. We can go right here. And we'll go to constructor. Out of smart plates, we'll deal with that. Or not smart plates, reinforced plates. We'll get some reinforced plates going. Alright. Because, like, right now you're noticing I'm just getting kind of this disaster down here that's just slowly spreading. If I don't go and take the time to organize at any point, that's just what this is going to... Really? I also need cable. You can get the chainsaw now? I need more cable. That's actually what I'm doing, is I'm making a thing to manufacture cable. Because I didn't notice that I needed cable and all that. Okay. Alright, so it's going to both of them. Cool. Alright, so we have cable production online. That's carrying our ore up there. And then we can go run up here and see what we can... Oh, right. So I have two things I can have in my hand at a given time. That's fine. Pretty soon I'll also need to go to my equipment stuff, and we'll have more stuff going on there. Well, that's lovely. Oh, gravity. You're always keeping me down, buddy. Like I said, we'll eventually get jump pads, and I won't have to do this. I'm half tempted to make the giant ramp to go up, which is probably not a wrong move. I just don't wanna. Okay. Yeah, but it'll be a weird angle and it won't look good. It'll make me sad, and I don't want to be sad. Alright, so we can go over here and say foundations, full foundation. so I'm going to need to expand out to the left more, but we'll wait on the chainsaw for that. Can't you click and drag more at once? I keep forgetting that. Like, this is one of those things that I've already had people remind me of it a couple times, and I keep forgetting it. Let's see, I think a ramp would be fine as long as you're still saying it takes 2 seconds to take it down again when you're done. Yeah. Alright, so how do I want to go about this? So I can go over here. Oh yeah, I'm almost certainly gonna need more power when I turn this stuff on. So I'm trying to decide here is increasing our plate production, for example, doing that, and then we'll run over here and put like extra stuff for rods, like maybe put the rods actually over in this area with the screws over there, like have them go separate directions kind of thing. But it's how I want to set up the belts between here so that I can like merge these in and then separate them out where they need to go. Because like that would be the straight easy one. But what we can do, because I don't know the ratio of how many of what each of these need. I don't have enough cable. It's fine. Yeah, it seems like I need... Yeah, it almost seems like that's pacing it. But that'll change down the road as we get new stuff and whatnot. Alright. Let's check our power plants and see if they got enough fuel and how we're doing so far as our load. I do think Luxray is right that last I looked we were at like 80% power utilization or something like that. So there's a good chance we have pushed over to the point of needing another biomass burner. So fuel's fine. Yeah, we're sitting close enough that I'll probably want to get another biomass burner up and running. The downside is every one of these we add is just a little bit more power consumption we have. Oh, I need more wire. Okay. Yeah, no, I just also wanted to top off the power. Because it had been a while since I had re-upped the fuel, so I figured we'd burned a bunch. Which we had. We were about halfway down. Alright. Cool, and did I actually top you off? Yep. Can you make solid fuel now? No, I can't. I have to finish the research I'm actively working on. Like, I'm currently working on getting it, but I do not have it yet. We're being bottlenecked by this cable. Waiting for it to get done. Like, the screws and the concrete I probably have. Let's actually check. Yeah, so the screws I definitely have. The concrete I probably have. There's the concrete. Why do you have so little? I must have just pulled from it a second ago. But, I can probably make the cable by hand while we wait. Because that'll only take me a minute to get that done. Which it works, because I need to grab myself another drink, so I'll be right back in just a second. Okay. So the cable's all made. And mesh.
Milestone reached. Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
Okay, so that's much slower to produce that. So that's probably the point where I want to go and do this. I believe it was constructor. So this is something I want to... Oh, I still have more ore over there. Oh, I need more plates. Basically, we'll use a constructor to turn... Where do we want to do this? I'll do this up there. Well, let's make the chainsaw first. But I'll go ahead and make an area for processing biofuel up top there. Let's see. Chainsaw is this one. So chainsaw, I need 5 reinforced plates. We'll also want the object scanner, which requires 4 reinforced plates. Alright, so I need 9 reinforced plates. I'm going to need to get the reinforced plates production up. Yeah, I started handcrafting the biomass. I'm like, oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This is way slower than I want to deal with. Alright, so... Alright, so I've got you. Oh, I need more wire. That's fine. Why is everything getting an ominous yellow haze around here for some reason? What could possibly be causing this ominous yellow haze? Let's see. May I suggest sending this sending the solid biofuel down around the hub so you don't have to run upstairs every time you need to refuel? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. What am I looking for? I was just here a second ago. Oh, it's not here. I need to be over here. That's what I was looking for. Object scanner. Okay, so for the moment, put this on our bar. What the heck was the button to switch equipment? It's not tab. H puts away my weapon. It's not Q. I am trying for the life of me to remember how I switch my weapons in my hand. For that matter, so it's H to bring it back out. Okay, what was the button to switch my weapons? Alright, options, controls, was key bindings. So that holsters, cycle to next equipment, scroll up and down. Oh, I thought I was doing that, it's fine. Alright. You can't trust the scanner 100%. When you set it to find power plugs, it'll also find burial nuts. Interesting. I wonder if that was intentional or a bug. Okay, so with that said, now I have the chainsaw. Let's run over here, lay down some foundations, chop up some trees, do all that kind of stuff. Because what I'm going to want to do is start making this manufacture the solid biomass up here. Hey, big guy, you're kind of in the way. It's going to be bad. So begins the war on nature. I mean, we've been devastating nature pretty bad as is. Yeah, me and our tab from what you thought I was going after the big guy's legs. I mean, not yet, but don't let him know. You mean the upgrade? It's like, yeah, it's already going around and just literally purging the field by hand. So I didn't have much solid fuel, so it's not going to take me very long to burn through all the fuel. I try not to go on like one long spree of chainsawing, because the noise actually does get a little annoying after a while from the chainsaw. The good news is, once I purge an area of growth, it's gone. I think technically it might come back in some capacity. But the point is... no more go. Alright, foundations, full foundation. Let's drop it down a little ways. Could you, like... Hey. Hey. Could you, like, not be all up in my business, man? Alright, so... Oh, build... Where was the button for build mode? Toggle build mode. There we go. I was trying to click and drag and it wasn't working. I was getting confused. I forgot I had to actually turn on the build mode. Alright, so that should do for right now. We'll put a power pole right up here on the corner. Scoot! Not trying to be a jerk, but you were all in my way, man. So production, constructor. I need the plates, that's fine. Let's see here. We can also set our next research. It's like one of those things, they're docile, they're cute and everything, and then they're all up in your business all the time. And you're like, why? Okay, so that's going to require the plates. That doesn't. I'm going to go for this one for the smart plates. Okay. So, before we get caught up in all that, I need to make smart plate production a thing. And ultimately, it is going to go up there, but I'm not ready to do it up there. So right now, we're just going to add the spaghetti. As such, 8 is that button. So that's the rods box. This is already, this is where we're going to start running ourselves into problems. Oh, wait. You're multiple materials. That's not going to work. That's fine. Get out of here. That's fine. We'll deal with... We're changing what we're making. Because I'm going to need the advanced constructor, or whatever it's called, assembler, to make the plates. So let's change you to you, part assembly, okay. You need cable, rods, screws, and plates. We need shock towers to discourage them. Yeah, it's not like a tower defense thing, it's just a, look man, we're just trying to convince them this is not where we want them to stand. So we're slightly short on screws. She makes solid biofuel for the generators? Yes. My plan is to make that solid biofuel production up there, because handcrafting it was going to be extremely tedious. We'll just wait for a couple more. I should only need... That's actually enough. No, wait. That's not enough. I'm off by 10. Just a light shock that's... You know, it'd start tasering. Yeah, it's just like, zap. It's like an electric fence. It doesn't really hurt them, it's just unpleasant. So they're like, yo, I don't want it. Or like, if you want to make it interesting, have the animals that look like the bees. Let us put like beehives on sticks and make it like elephants in real life where they just really hate bees and they're just like, whoa, look, there's bees over there, man. I'm not interested. I'm gonna go someplace else where there's not bees.
Milestone reached. More complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note: project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
Okay, so what I want to do now is make the plates and the rotors to make the assembler to make plates for me in the future. Because we're going to need that for future science and all that, so let's get that happening. So first of all, I need more reinforced plates, which means I need more screws. Well, right, Alpin, the idea is that you'd make, like, a bee nest thing. Like, it wouldn't be the wild bee. You effectively have domesticated ones. That the idea is they just kind of live in their nest and they don't really do anything other than be a detractor from keeping those away. Maybe even make them have their own, like, little byproducts, like a food source or something. But yeah, the idea is they'd be domesticated version of them. That just, they scare away other animals. Alright, we need 4 rotors. So rotors also require screws. All right. What are you missing? Oh, rods. That's fine. We can just go grab the box of rods. Yeah, no, it's a thing that I could be like see something interesting. Have more like bio stuff you do. And besides, it even fits more and more into the whole exploiting wildlife narrative of this, that we're just like going to the planet, exploiting it for all the resources, to heck with the environment. If the environment wanted to survive, it should have defended itself better. Okay. So the screws are there. So I put this here. I believe this is where my plates are. It is. Oh, I don't want to take from the storage container. Alright, where's the nearest power pole I can get a line off of? It'd be nice for alien audio practice surfers. Yeah, it's one thing they said they have a plan for what they're going to be used for, but they still haven't revealed what that plan is, and it still hasn't happened. Okay. Alright, so reinforced plates are happening now. Constructor, I already have enough for one of those. And I'm gonna kind of do this in reverse orders. Hey, when I find berries, buddy, I'll bring them to you. I haven't found them yet, though, so hang on. Power check. Yeah, I can check the power here in a minute. We should be okay. Because I've really only added the constructor to the whole thing. Yeah, so we're only sitting around 50%. At maximum capacity, I get to about 75-80%, but we're sitting at about 50%. So we'll get there. So I believe constructor is what I want here. Okay, so I need bars. That's here. Yeah, so I'm cannibalizing my rods too much right now. And I'm gonna need to up the rod production. Alright, so that'll be a place I can drop the biomass down to. It'd be nice to have it way over there, but I'm not gonna worry about that right this moment. Do I have enough materials for you? Yes, I do. Drop all that in there. And then say solid biomass. Cool. And I was trying to remember, do you also make... Yeah. So I'll end up needing constructors to fill that in as well. For leaves and that kind of stuff. Alright. So now I've got solid biomass in production. Let's start trying to get that fixed up there. And I should be able to get the next research online. Alright. So I need a lot of things. We could leave that alone for the moment. While we wait, we can go here. And like I said, eventually I want to get this up top as well, where I can just put an art constructor. I have one box, I just toss all the leaves in, and it goes through and goes through the whole procedure, becoming the better, like the solid biomass, and then the same with like wood. You can also do that with the carapaces. I don't think you can do that with the flower or the petals. But yeah, we want to set up that in the near term, because as I start clearing areas out with the chainsaw, the amount of biomass you can build up, how fast you can build up is a whole thing. But that's the reason I want to get the thing that can compress it into the solid biomass, because of how long it takes to craft solid biomass. Or biofuel. It'll go a long way. Alright. For the moment, we'll drop the extra wood here, the petals, and the leaves. And we'll run over here. I just realized I got a bunch of iron on me. Okay. We're making our smart plates over there. We're going to want to get rotors. Realistically, for me to do that, I need to expand the earlier production, like the iron plates, the iron rods, probably screws. Screws end up being one of those things you just need a completely obnoxious amount of. All right. Okay. So, let's go here. Oh, you know it could have been? Am I starving the... No, they're solid up. Never mind. I was gonna say, am I starving this up? I was like, nah, it's delivering. You're not backed up, but you're... Yeah, you know, you're fine. Yeah, versus that's fully solid for the moment. A lot of that'll get not as bad as we get the faster conveyor belts. Yeah, so I'm producing everything I need for logistics too. I think the rods are actually going to be the pain there. Okay.
Thank you Pankraru for subscribing for 18 months. 18 months. Didn't we just do this last month?
Hey, Pancro, thank you so much for the T1 sub. I really do appreciate that continued support. And yeah, you've been supporting the channel for 18 months. Basically forever. Yeah, I do feel like you did this last month as well. You don't think the conveyor belt is the issue? Yeah, no, it's, now what I need to do is I need to expand our production of, like, the plates and all that. But yeah, so thank you so much for that continued support, and I do hope you're enjoying your advertising for viewing as well as access to the emotes. One other thing I do is I'm going to quickly go like this, and go shout out Pankraru. And for those who don't know Pankraru, mod of the channel, very, fantastic content creator, VTuber. Been playing some Phoenix Point, Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition, and some retro titles. So, if any of that's your jam, check them out. Fantastic time there. Alright, so these are supposed to be producing iron plates, as you see. And the thing I stopped here was I was like, I don't know on how much we should be going with these. Alright, so let's figure this out. So I've got my power pole here that's connected to nothing. Let's hook it up. Alright. It could be when you need like 1,000 screws a minute, the biggest belt to move 700. Oh yeah, and then you have to like have multiple belts and double up. That's just a matter of like scaling up your thing and not be willing to sit there and deal with having multiple kind of things at the same time. Alright, so I'm just gonna do this for the moment. And this isn't gonna work yet, but we'll get there. So increased plate production here. Alright. And I'll put the storage box here for now. Alright, so that's plate production up here. So that basically replaces that, 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 and that, but I still have this need down here. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Can we get that in a quote? There are the commands for adding quotes. Oh, I meant to switch that so well, I was going back and forth whether I wanted anyone to be able to add a quote or not. Because it is one of those things that there is very strong arguments either way. But if you let people know the exact verbiage, I could see if one of the mods could but I'm sure there's mods that are like, why don't you know how this works? It's so easy. Have you ever tried? And if not, go that. So what was... Yeah, Longy only lets mods do it. Yeah, it's one of those things that's like, it very easily can be abused in a not good way. Because like, people can deliberately put in misquotes and everything, claiming you said stuff that's really not okay, and if you don't notice it, then like, they can break it out later. And, you know, of course, when you notice it, you delete the quote. But as well as things, then it seems like it's genuine. Alright. And this is why the chainsaw is amazing. Because just a moment ago, there was nature in this entire area. And in just 2-3 minutes, an entire hill is completely deprived of any nature, outside of the grass, which you cannot get rid of. I'm sure someone has got a mod out there where you can straight up turn the grass to dirt or something. Okay. That said, I am down to figure out how the quote thing works. If you can type out the verbiage of what you want to quote, because there's a couple things you could have wanted to quote me there, and I don't know which one you meant. Those are like the, you know, how dare nature with its hubris and all that. There's the I see nature over there and I don't like it would be another one I could have been. Alright. So we go production, smelter. Well, right, no, I got... Yes, so what I'm trying to figure out is what specific the intended quote was, is I guess the thing I'm trying to figure out. Because like I said, there's a couple things. All three of the nature ones are funny. We can do all three. So I need you to be facing this way. I also don't know why you won't set that up for me. Okay. So yeah, right now the conveyors are bottlenecking, so I don't want to jump onto that same conveyor line. Later on we'll have faster conveyors you can do that kind of stuff with, but we're not quite there yet. Alright, so I'm going to need more constructor plate. Okay. So let's figure out how this command works, since we're hitting an add break anyways. So let's see, add quote. Or is it exclamation mark? here's what I'll do, is I will look at Firebot and see what it says. Commands, system commands, I don't see the quote stuff there, and I don't see it under custom. Quotes. Add quote. That's fine, I can do it this way. Rual Storge. Game cat is Satisfactory. I see nature over there, and I don't like it. Add quote. I'm just doing this mostly out of curiosity of how this works, so I do apologize for interrupting. Factory. And let's see. I can't remember exactly, was it who does nature? What was, that's the thing. Yeah, if you can remember the exact verbiage, because genuinely I said it and it didn't even like stick in my brain. Because I remember something about like nature and its hubris and all that. Quote joy. Oh right, we were looking down here for smart blades. All right, so you got that there. So you're doing fine with that. Got that there. Got some more rods. Got some more screws. I was saying I'm in joy for the quote. That I didn't think to clip it. Yeah, I do really need people to be on top of clipping for me. Like that'll help so much on the channel. It is becoming more and more of a thing that clips are going to be more and more important to channels' discoverability. And it's innate, like, and it's good changes for Twitch, to be clear. It's good changes. But it is a thing that the side effect is, I need a lot more of that made. But yeah, for those who don't know, like I've mentioned a couple times during the stream so far, that they are making it, and this is in the fall is when it's going to be fully in effect. It might be in effect sooner than that, but we don't know when. But coming this fall, they're going to be introducing a thing that it'll work like TikTok in the sense that you can go there and they'll just start auto-playing views and all that, and it'll be a separate section in my understanding. I don't know exactly how it works, and honestly I think they'll change up how it works a couple times as it goes along. But the gist of it is, you'll be able to go to a spot on Twitch that it'll have your clips will be playing. Like when I say it'll be like collective clips on the platform. You'll probably be able to choose categories and whatever. I don't know exactly how it's going to work. But it'll present a clip, and you can just like scroll to like go to the next clip, to go to the next clip. And then if you like the clip, you can like it and all that sort of stuff. But it's supposed to have a direct route from that clip to following the channel the clip was made on. Guy's back. Yeah. If he gets up on our business too much, we'll give him another little zappy zap, and he'll figure it out. Alright, so what I think I'm gonna do is, while part of me absolutely wants to put the put the rods here and go that way, I feel like that's not going to be the winning strategy, unfortunately. Because this big chunk is in the way. So I'm instead going to go and put the rods and screws in this direction. Let's go one more. It's just, we're not going to go any farther back from that line, so I have more room for smelters. That's part of what this, you know, I can go one wider. That's a part of the whole of this part of the map is there's all this terrain in the way. Alright, so let's go here to production constructors. And no farther back than that. So those will be for our rods. Oh, you need more rods. That's fine. So Oh, right, you're making the iron... It's fine. It's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Alright. So I need more rods. Okay. Yeah, I wish I could... So, the two quotes I remember was there was, you know, I see nature over there and I don't like it. And then the other one was something around like, who does nature think it is and its like, look at nature with its hubris growing all over the place like it owns the place where... It's something along those lines. I just don't remember exactly what I said. It is something you'll have to be in mind to, like, add quotes and whatnot. Alright, so with this, I can go ahead. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to do this, so let's do it this way. Alright, so I need to have a merger block. That is not a merger. A merger block. That is not even remotely lined up. Smash you there. Smash you here. And now I need a splitter block. That's probably one of our things running out of fuel. Not overwhelming it, just tapping out our fuel. I'd appreciate if you could. Like, if it's a huge, huge inconvenience for you, like, you know, obviously, you're here to have fun and enjoy yourself. Like, don't let this be a whole thing that takes away from that. But, you know, if you don't mind, that would definitely be helpful. Because I could also, like, genuinely, we could, flip it. Because I think all three quotes are happening fast enough that all three should fit on just one flip. Alright, you're making rods now. You're making rods now. Let's fix our power first before I worry about anything else there. Yeah, no, it was like genuinely like within 1 minute of each other. Alright. Because it was just like, I hit one, I hit the next one, I hit the next one, and moving on. Alright, so you're good there for the moment. You're out, top you off. We'll top you off. We'll drop you in there for the moment and pull the lever. Oh, we actually are hitting the maximum capacity. Well, doesn't that suck? Alright, what do I need? I'd probably need more rods, right? We're gonna need... We're gonna need even more solid fuel. Look, game. I'm kind of hurting on that fuel department if you just bear with me for a moment. Eventually we'll get ahead of it. We're just not quite there yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly get this turned into that real fast. And shove it in there. Oh, you're not connected. That's kind of an important step. Alright, that should fix that. Okay, so I need to make construction things for, again, turning the leaves and the wood into biomass to go into the thing to make the solid biomass. Because this problem here where I'm having to manually craft it is going to continue to escalate as we expand. Because even if you're not intending on using the biomass, getting all the trees and other crap out of the way ends up being a thing you just end up doing. So it is a reoccurring thing that you go on with it. And like later on, you'll use the biomass for your chainsaw. You can sit there and again, like I'll probably leave a bunch of these biofuel things together. And that way, if I ever sit there and push kind of my limit on my power, I can flip over. Hey, Pyro Cake, thank you so much for the raid. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. Let's see. Shout out. Pyro Cake. And Pyro Cake was playing, I'm assuming Satisfactory from what Twitch is saying. I do hope you had fun with your factory and all that kind of good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. And how was your stream and all that good stuff? You can keep one bio. Yeah, that's always, I usually do that in all the past runs I've done. Just started today? Gotcha. I've played for, when I say a long time, it's been a long time since I last played. I did play to endgame before, but it's been a very long time since I've done that. That said, we just started a brand new factory today. So we're getting things going. I chose the area where the terrain sucks. So like I've got my iron productions going up there. I'm doing biomass up here. This disaster in the middle here is everything while I'm getting kind of that stuff set up. Oh, do I have enough what I need to make constructors? Yes. Okay. Terrain sucks but resource rich. Yeah, the resources have been very nice here. But I mean, every place has their thing that sucks. Okay. So this is for all of that. That's not what I want to do. I want to go the other way. Okay. So I've got that there. So I'm going to need 2 more constructors. I'm going to turn you this way. And we can put the merger right here. And you have your power pole. I need more rods, which has been the story of my life. Alright, so you're going to make biomass wood. You're going to make biomass of leaves. I'm just going to shove the leaves in there for the moment. I'll shove the wood in there for a moment. And I'll stack the extra biomass in your output. Okay. But yeah, so the idea is I'll make 2 containers here, so in the future, when I do a bunch of clearing of land, I just run up there, shove the wood and leaves up there. It ultimately becomes biomass that's solid. That could then grab from down here and shove my biomass burners until we get coal and all that online. The downside is the production rate of solid biomass is very slow. So that is just the way it is. The good news is it takes one of these a while to actually burn through a full thing of biomass. So it'll take a while to get there. Oh, meanwhile, I do not want petals on me because those are not useful. Alright. So we need to get more rods. I've got production over here. That's my plates, not my rods. Over here. There's the screws. Now let's grab the smart plates or reinforced plates as well. Alright, and let's get back up top there. But my plan, the reason I haven't built the giant ramps or everything is I'm just going to make jump pads to get up these areas because I think that'll be fun. So I'll just make a jump pad to launch myself up onto that platform over there. Why not finish the biomass area? I'm going to get that here in a moment. I want to try and get this production up here because this is rods here. So if I can get a storage container for these. That'll go a long ways, because this is already producing rods. Alright, come on. There you are. So we'll go here to merger. Alright, so that means I have that much more. You enjoying this game, Farmer and Factorio? Gotcha. I very much enjoy Factorio, but I enjoy them both. But they are very different games. Like, exploration is huge in this game, where Factorio is just, where's the nearest, you know, oil, where's the nearest copper, where's the nearest iron. You don't really have a reason to explore beyond, you know, where is the nearest insert material. Versus this one with the power slugs and everything else. The building up is also fun. Alright. The vehicles in this one are hit and miss. In my experience, granted it's been a while. Okay, so we've got rods and we've got plates being produced up here at a much faster rate than they were below. We'll end up getting screws and all that. For right now, I'm going to leave all of that junk down there. But eventually I will tear that up and move it up. You like the tiny forklift thingy? Yeah, that, like, drives really weird and, you know, falls over easily and all that kind of... Was it falls over? Either Alpin typed in a link or Alpin typed in something that was mistaken as a link. Usually when they forget to put a period in there. Or, sorry, not when they forget. When they forget to put a space so it, you know, sees, like, you know, where dot, like, where period the... And it's like, oh, that's clearly a link. Even though it's very obviously not. Alright, so we got that set up. Oh, you sent the clip? Yeah. Well, thank you so much for clipping that. I can check it after the stream. But yeah, so thank you so much for clipping that. That'll be very, very helpful. Alright, what are we dealing with? Still dealing with the reinforced plate. Yeah, if you can if you wanted to post it somewhere in the Discord, but like again, only if it's like convenient for you. Don't go out of your way and like stress out. Like clipping it is very useful, but like I will check the clips after stream, so low power mode, does that mean you're sitting there going, low battery? Low battery. That was, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I got a sleep mask to help try and hopefully deal with my insomnia a little bit. And the cost for, like, a nice-ish sleep mask and a nice-ish sleep mask with, like, Bluetooth in it was only a couple of bucks. I was like, you know what the heck? And when I was looking through them, there's a lot of complaints on a couple of them that they're like, it uses Bluetooth, and when the battery gets low, you know, you're half asleep in the middle of the night, and it just yells in your ear, low battery, as all Bluetooth devices do, because it's part of the standard. And I don't know why it's part of the standard. Oh, right, I needed those rods. That is why I was up here, isn't it? That's fine. That's fine, we'll gravity express it, and there's my rods. You post on Discord? Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That'll be extremely convenient. And I'll get the other quotes that people wanted from that moment added, you know, like when I check the clip. That way I can get them word for word. And if I end up having the one I did add is not correct word for word, I'll go and get that fixed. Okay. So there's that. Okay, so that's wood and that's leaves. Alright, so we'll try and remember that. Wood, leaves. Wait, isn't there a way I can change the color? No, I guess not. I think there's a way you can get dyes later to do that. Get all in 3 in one clip, I'm sure. I figured you'd be able to, because it was like literally back to back to back. Can you not read name in the top left? We're gonna find out. Not that I'm seeing. Yeah, like this doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, I think you can dye it later. There's an actual thing, so you could change it so the highlight colors are green and red and all that. Actually, you might even be able to do it earlier than that. Sample buildings, lock holograms, snap to guides, rotate build. Nope, that's not it. Okay. And let's go back to grabbing rods. And you're making our reinforced plates very, very slowly. So you're starving on screws, is what's happening. Which is shocking absolutely no one who's ever played this game that the reinforced plates is running out of screws. That's kind of just the natural state of reinforced plates. Let's go up here with our 2 things producing rods up here. And see what we can do about separating off for some screw production. Yeah, so we got these 2 going. Let's make sure the ore is actually coming through. Alright, that's curious. Are you not getting enough ore? You are not getting enough ore to keep things running is what's happening. Which is not at all surprising having tier 1 conveyors. If I get a tier 2 conveyor, this should be a lot better. Yeah, I won't worry about trying to... Yeah, I won't worry about expanding the stuff yet till we get the tier 2 conveyors. Because it's just ultimately going to be bottlenecked, and then I gotta weave all these in. And I can do stuff later where I'll have different mergers and splitters all combined here. To sit there and make it go through, but I need the higher end tier conveyor belts to make it worth doing at all. So what I can do in the meantime is I have a giant pile of screws in my inventory. So we're just going to go ahead and jump you up by going, how would you like a full stack? Have a nice day. Okay, so that should keep it producing for a little while. Because we almost have enough, so I might be able to just run over here, get the other 13 I think I need to make, and slam that out to get Logistics Mark II conveyors. Now the catch is Logistic Mark II conveyors, I believe, require reinforced plates to make. So that'll be a whole pain point within itself, but that's okay, because we're trying to fix that problem right now. Alright. And off you go.
Milestone reached. Improved versions of conveyor belts and conveyor lifts are now accessible. To encourage additional verticality, conveyor poles now have a stackable variant.
Alright. So I want to replace that to make that... Yeah, so I want to replace the conveyors we have with conveyor 2s. Because what I will ultimately do is use those for all these things. Alright. You can also set the other mine up too. Right, the big issue right now is I need to be able to get the conveyor stuff set up. Alright. Because, like, if I set the other mine up there and I could set... I mean... Yeah... What? Okay. Am I missing an obvious joke with that? Just don't want to read out so I can catch what the joke is. Because them can be dangerous. Let's see. Yep. Clearly missing something. This game's fun. Game looks fun. Would my son like it? I have no idea because I have no idea anything at all about your son whatsoever. Alright, that is definitely setting off a whole lot of red flags there. Because why would you volunteer that information on the opening? Alright. Little by little that is thing. Alright. So I just want to get those conveyors set up to go faster. Alright, so we just need to keep getting the reinforced plates. Still waiting 3 minutes for the drop pod to get back down. We're nowhere near Mark 3s. We literally just started a couple hours ago. Alright, Pyrocate, you take it easy. Thanks so much for lurking. And for the raid. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this one. So you need 24. That's a bummer. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, let's check on our machines. Okay, so we can drop you in there. Drop you in here. Drop you there. Drop you there. Cool. Yeah, no, the fact that he mentions like the Mark 3s and all that, I am just thinking he's trolling. I haven't, not quite sure yet. Yeah, I'm getting the strong trolling vibes here. But like, genuinely the whole going, would my kid like this game, and then immediately saying stuff related to the game, and then claiming kid is, you know, potentially dying and all that, makes me want to ban him. Like really, really on the fence on that one. Because that feels pretty messed up for a thing to joke about. So I am definitely thinking about pushing that ban button. Really, really thinking about pushing that ban button. Mostly the only reason I haven't is I would actually have to like alt-tab out of the game and do it, and I don't really want to. Yeah, no, I know I'm in the area. It's like one of those things that usually give people the benefit of the doubt and all that, but yeah. Alright, so I'll drop the pedals in here. Alright, we should be good on a lot of the other stuff. That's all going well. We do need more reinforced plates. Like, that's the bottleneck we're gonna have right now is these reinforced plates. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go with my gun this one, and just go boop. Just way too many red flags, and very much like you don't joke about someone supposedly having a terminal illness. I realize in reality, probably does not have a kid who has a terminal illness kind of thing, but that's not something you joke about. Already messed up. Like, there's humor, and then whatever the heck that is. Like, that's the thing. Like, right when that happened, it's like, alright. This feels like someone who needs to be shown the door. Oh, come on. Alright, we're gonna start handcrafting some of these plates here. Because I can't expand my operation up there too much until we start getting the better things. Because I know I can hook up the other miner. It's not necessarily a bad move. But hooking up the other miner to go up there, and then I had to like reroute everything because of the conveyor belts being not fast enough, not enough throughput. It's just like, all right, let's. We have access to these. I won't have the Mark III belts for a while. I need one more. And I should just have like that little spot up there, because if the Mark II goes in there and then it splits off, that's fine. Because I only have to go up until the point where it's hit, like, saturation, where it's full. What chaos did you miss? Someone just making not so appropriate humor. Making jokes out of terminal illness kind of thing. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't mind dark humor and all that as well. But with stuff like that, it's kind of like, okay, one, you don't know everyone's situation, first of all. And also, like, two, it's like, okay, you know, you're gonna hop in there, like, it's kind of on the edge of, like, trauma dumping, but not really. Because it's not real. But, like, joking about family having terminal illness and all that. Rule of humor is punch up, never down. Yep. Punching down is bullying. By definition, you can't bully someone in a position of power, because that's punching up. To be bullying, there has to be a perceived, what's the word? Not strength. You have to have, like, perceived kind of either power or authority over you kind of thing. Otherwise, it's not bullying, it's just harassment. Or trolling or whatever. Yeah, no, it's a thing. It's generally speaking, you shouldn't punch down. Because you're basically taking advantage of someone who, you know, by definition, you know, if they're like below you, you're taking advantage of someone who cannot say, hey, I don't find that funny, and be able to like stand up for themselves. It's like the employer picking at their employees kind of thing. The employee is not an equal level as the employer, because if they push back and the employer doesn't like it, they can be fired. So they're going to go, ha ha, that's funny. You know, assuming they don't care or whatever. You get the idea. There is a pressure to go with it even if it's not okay. Alright. So this one is wood, that one's leaves. So leaves. Besides, there are plenty of jokes you can crack about people in positions of power. Don't immediately get political with me saying that, please, because this is not the time or the place for it. We do get into topics that can be serious sometimes, but I usually will nip anyone, like, you know, immediately, like, getting overtly political about stuff. Like, you know, it's all insert name of party, insert name of individual, whatever's fault. I will usually nip that in the bud, because usually when you're going there, you're not considering nuance. Yeah, insert tasteless political joke. Exactly. It's not even a matter if I agree or disagree with you. Like, I have absolutely, when I said, you know, hey, we're not going to get into the subject, and even when I agree with the stance of the person I'm discussing it with, though it's like, hey, we're cutting this, and then after they don't take the hint twice, I've absolutely put the hammer down on them for it, because, like, hey, it's like, it doesn't matter I agree with you. It's not the place. There's a bunch of... I don't know... But, huh? What? Yeah, there are a bunch of people who just... Yeah, no, I miss it. There are definitely people who... It's a thing that when you... Like, for one, we've talked about before on the channel as well, that when you have someone who goes, oh, with this issue, you just need blank, or this is only a problem because blank, insert very one individual thing, and usually the answer is wrong. Most stuff has more nuance than that. That it's not just, it's a combination of all sorts of things. And that doesn't mean it doesn't need to be resolved, it doesn't need to be focused on, or anything like that. I don't want to underplay that kind of stuff. But, most issues that aren't solved, it's because they're complicated, and they have nuance to them. It's not that they can't be solved, it's usually not a just do insert individual one thing. It's usually, well, you gotta hit it from like 6 different directions, and a lot of time there are side effects that you have to consider those side effects and how they impact things as well. Alright. So we are slowly getting that resolved up there. Okay. Go ahead and set up the next one of these. So, jump pads will be next. Oh, rotors? Rotors suck. Okay, we can do these two right now. Rotors suck. Rotors are a lot of parts and take a while to build. And they're gonna stretch my screws out even more than they already are. Why do you not have more plates? I mean, honestly, I've got more production up there as is. So what we're gonna go ahead and do for the moment is get rid of the splitter. Get rid of that. It's true. The vacuums do, in fact, suck. Assuming they're working correctly. Otherwise... Oh, that's not where I'm going. Going right over here. Alright. Needs 30 plates per minute, but the constructor only makes 20 plates per minute? Yeah. Oh, I used to sit down, like... You know, there's people who sit there and they'd, like, graph out the logistics of their entire system. A lot of people do this. They'll be like, okay, this building will produce 400 units of this per that. Then you can take that 400 units, you can put in this, so this is how many of this building I need per that building. And me, I could take the time to do that, but if I need another constructor, I'm just going to smash in another constructor. If I need another this, I'll just smash another one of those. Oh, hush you. Like, it is a little thing. That's funny because, you know, in software development, I end up having to worry a lot more about a lot of that stuff. You have to do that if you want your factory working at 100%. Right, that's the thing. You have to do, like, all the math and all that, and it's just like, right. But you see, the map is huge, and you're never going to set up a factory on the entire thing before your computer turns into an absolute potato. So, in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be cool with, you know, making all that happen. So the good news is these things have been making rods this entire time. So that's starting to build up. Alright, so we are starting to get some ore to all of these. I need to continue to get the Mark IIs along this backbone here. Because as we do that, we're going to be better about getting this ore where it needs to go. Eventually I'll have to do a merger down here, and we'll be ready for that when we get there. So that's the whole thing we're running into right now, is just getting more throughput on the conveyor belt. Cool. Alright. Because I'm trying to move all that iron production up top. And I know eventually I'll have to run conveyors over to wherever I go to do, like, the smart plates or whatever the next one is, where I have to start combining copper products with iron products and all that. We'll get there. You're killing poor? What? What are you talking about? What, Lux? Yeah, I have no idea myself. Please get a sink and unlock the ladder and build. Okay. All right. Okay, so we've got that going on. Now I'm noticing even with the faster conveyor belts, we are not able to maintain that. It is, well actually, we shouldn't say that. Let me walk up to this and see if we're building up or reducing. Okay, so it does look like we're very slowly potentially increasing the amount of ore in there, or at least nearly stalemating it. It's at 55% utilization despite... Okay, so it's ever so slightly falling behind. Understood. It just hurts watching him have to jump off those ledges again. It's fine. Alright, so we need to get screw production going here. So production, constructor. So we'll need the splitter. That's not a good spot for that. Let's try that again. Put you here. Now I can go merge block. You're not lined up. Okay. The Mark 1 belt should be enough for feeding. Yeah, I'm aware. But I only have the Mark 2s on my bar because, you know, I don't want to deal with multiple bars. And someday I'll end up needing the Mark 2s anyways. It's one of those things, I try and get my production up to the point of being able to make better belts, and I'll just make all of my belts better belts. It's completely unnecessary, but yeah. You can press E to change. Oh, that's interesting. Well, now I don't have an excuse. Have you seen what you've done? So the last big factory I made was vertical. So I'd have like one floor committed to just smelting iron, one whole floor committed to just making plates, another floor just committed to making rods, that kind of thing. So it is interesting to me make like the giant like sprawling platform up here. Okay. So with this, the next thing I need to do is we've got our screws. It's going to be making the reinforced plates. So we're going to go production, assembler. I need to make rotors. What we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go up here. Special, where are you? Crafting bench, because it's cheap. So you put crafting bench over here, but up top. So you don't have to keep running up and down. You always want like a main bus style factory. Oh yeah, where you'd have like one conveyor belt would be plate, another conveyor belt would be screws. Now granted, realistically, it'd be like 6 conveyor belts would be plates. Let's be real. 8 conveyor belts would be plates to start. But yeah, the whole thing. This one actually lends itself well because you can also do this nonsense where you can do like one conveyor belt underneath and another one on top. And I think they get up to, was it 3 or 4 in a single area? You do a lot of fantastic stuff. Alright, we'll also need to remember to make rotors. Alright. Okay, if I go up top there, how big a space is that? Is that a reasonable spot for me to throw the rotors? No, I genuinely thought I was gonna be able to stick that. How are you going to spaghetti the plates over? Up here. So, for getting up there, the rotors don't require plates. So I'll just have one spot goes up here, goes to flat, and then right over there, the screws goes up for the rotors. As far as the plates going over here for the smart plates, I can easily just probably take a belt and run along the side either there, or take it up and run along over here. Like, that'll be fine. I'm actually thinking down the road, we're starting to get to an area over here, if we, like, jump off the platform, where we can get underneath it. I can see running some stuff. Like, it won't be able to be the stuff up there, but stuff like screws, I can see running a path underneath the flooring and all that. Switch it from the thick flooring to the thinner stuff. Give myself a little bit more room to work with. Hey, Mage, how's it going? Alright, so first of all, I need to get up top there. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Hey, big guy, how you doing? Nope, too fast. Think Stuxter has moved? Probably. Try to lay down, I can't sleep. One of those nights. Yeah, the insomnia's been real bad for me lately. Alright, so this hilltop up here is gonna be rotors. That's what this hilltop is. This is rotors. Oh, hey, I missed a tree. Oh, never mind, you're a tree down there. I did not miss a tree. Yeah, no, it's been the exact same here, Mage. Not been able to sleep well in a while. Just get to bed, lay there and go, man, it would be really nice if I was asleep right now. Alright, so what would be the best way for me to do this? So this will be the line for the screws. Make it that way. Alright. So the catch of this is I'm going to have to scooch this up. I didn't leave myself enough room for a splitter. So we can go here. Go to organize, grab you. There you go. Yep, we'll get that. Right now, I'm just going to make it work at all. Ooh, game crashed. Alright, well, we'll just reload the game real fast. It's apparently like, absolutely not. You're not allowed to do that. No silly 35-degree angle, you know, conveyor ramp. Yeah, no, I'll figure out the bottlenecks there, Alpin. Okay. Like, that's fine. Like, you'll see me running around, like, just upgrading stuff and randomly bandaging stuff, like, that's the thing. I usually don't sit down and be like, oh, I need this to this to this. Let's see. How are you going to go back up top? I think you blocked your path. I probably did. I actually thought about that as well. I was like, worst case, I'll make a ramp. Alright, so where were we? So, we were over there. So it looks like we have the like the autosave must have been, yeah, so the autosave was before we put the platform up there. That's fine. Well, since we already know this is going to be a problem anyways, let's go ahead and move you. Grab you. Alright. Won't be too much longer. Like, we're making the jump pads right now. And then once I get the jump pad built, the idea will be pretty straightforward. I'll set up jump pads to launch me up top. Oh, hey. I thought we already grabbed this. I'm okay with it either way. It could have been I grabbed a different one. Alright, getting all this nature out of here. Keep getting all over me. Okay, we can go here and we'll place more foundation. Oh, it turned it off of Zoop. And to think, someday we'll stop seeing any trees to speak of. That this whole lush, beautiful valley will just be more and more industry. As it should be. Alright, so that's where the rods are coming out, and it already has a splitter, so that'll actually work out real well for us. Yeah. We can make that work. And then the screws go there. We can probably do that from up here this time. We can go ahead and grab... you. Silico tower. Oh, when did I get... That shouldn't have been there. That was a telephone pole. I accidentally put it there at some point. Alright, well, let's fix that. Okay. They're gonna need a lot of space for connecting power through lookout towers. Yep. Alright, we'll start with that. Alright, now let's see. So this is where I climb up. And this will be one I should probably make a ramp for versus running the whole way around. Like, getting up to this area in general, sure, it's fine. Run around. Can you get Bob? Can you get Bob moving? You mean, are you calling... Who are you calling Bob in this case? The big thing? No, it's fine. He can live there. This is where he lives. It's fine. Like, that's honestly not bad for being kinda out of the way. So... Oh, I'm low on iron plates. That's fine. Yeah, no, him being stuck's totally fine. It's not hurting anything. If anything, that keeps him out of my hair. Alright. Grab a couple of those. How am I doing in power? We're getting pretty dangerously close to overwhelming what I can handle at the moment, but that's okay. Belt is too steep, so we're not far enough away yet. Okay. Let's see. The ones you have on keybind 4 is better. Yeah, so that's I know with the 4 you can sit there and do this kind of thing to set them out. And then you can also use this where you can run to the edge and like get that place. Alright, so we got an area that's kind of a ramp already over here. And this works out pretty well because I can now run up this and immediately huck myself off on accident. Wait a second. Wait a second. I didn't need to do that. Alright. So this one can go. Yeah, I don't mind a little spaghetti. Okay, so we'll do this for the right now. Alright, so let's get our assembler built up here. And honestly, actually, for the moment. Take that one back, do this, go like that. Take you back. Because I'll later add more assemblers onto it, but right now that'll do. We need to pull that up, grab our foundations. And I understand I'm blocking the way I climb up here. That's fine. We'll get it fixed in a minute. And alright, so we have rotor production up here. Grab you. We'll run the power cord to the corner over there. Okay, so you have that. I'm going to just drop another one right next to it. Okay. Yep, that's the thing, is I can run up the belt to get up here. Now I just don't have a way to get up here. That's easy for me to get to right now. That's the one I gotta figure out is how to get up to this platform. But this should be in pretty good shape. I'm making my rotors up there. I should have extra screws being produced. Okay, so you are getting blocked. Cool. Oh, I didn't actually mean to make it go through the... That's fine. Normally I like to have the storage container off to the side so it's not in line. That, like I have here where we have that split so I have a storage container I can always grab stuff out. It's fine. I'll end up having to do that with the rods later, but for the moment I can live with it. Alright, so you got all this going on. We still have the plates down below. So one thing I can do... is that. I can also do this. Alright, so soon I'll be able to get that construction up there, and we'll be able to tear this entire line down. and open up this space. And then we can start routing all of our, or rather more of our ore up here. And not have to move it all over the place. Cool. Meanwhile... deal with all this nature getting in our way. Hey, Brutsu, how's it going? This game is quite pleasant. I gotta sleep here. Meanwhile, we destroy all nature. Alright, I think it very well could be we just ran... Like, it could be either we overwhelmed the power or we ran out. I haven't checked in a while, so it is kind of a 50-50. Yeah, something ran out of fuel. And when it did, that was enough that flipped it. At least I think it's something ran out of fuel. Nope. Weird. It didn't actually seem to go over, it just kind of shut down. That's fine. I'm sure we do need another one anyways. Biomass burner. Pretty soon I'm going to want to move these biomass burners so that, they're all kind of in nice one spot. Alright. Let's get back up here. Take all that nature and shove it in the boxes to make it into solid biofuel. Which we are now stockpiling. Lovely. Hey, other bud who's all up in the way. Alright, so this one's the leaves one. This one's the wood one. Where's the wood? There should be wood here, right? There it is. Okay. To be fair, even if we get a ladder, I'm probably leaping off every single time because it's faster anyways. Alright, so drop off the petals, and actually, we might have enough quartz to do something, but drop off the petals. Quartz. Alright, so I can make quartz crystals, or silica. Shatter rebar. I'll go this route. One thing I need to do is, what do we even need for the space elevator? Because I think the space elevator is going to go here in the middle once I clear a bunch of this out. Yeah, it's just we need more. Alright. Yeah, it's working getting the iron all routed up there. Because the only thing we're missing for this is I just literally need to move the assembler up there and then route the plates around. If we just do that, then we're golden. Trying to see... Let's see if there's an easy way to get up here. I can work with that for right now. Okay. Okay, so you're churning away at those. Alright, so my plates are over there. My screws and all that are down there. So I gotta decide where I'm going to be building my reinforced plates. Seems like no matter what direction I put them in, there's a negative to be had with it. I'm half tempted to extend this platform out here and then route the screws around. Either way, one of them's going to have to go the other way around, is ultimately what it boils down to. That said, it looks like I probably need more plate production. Which I can just expand over this way. How do I want to do this? Let's see how much of a chore it's going to be to move the screws the whole way over. You've got a splitter here already. Okay. See, normally with this kind of thing... I would have a second floor. Like, that's the thing. The factories I made in the past were all very, very vertical factories. So I know I can put this on top of... Well, look, man, I don't want it. It's fine. Oh, please. I'm trying to get it to click the way I want it to. Alright. So that gets me easy screw access over here. I'll leave that for just a moment. Alright. Obviously that'll have to change at some point. But more than likely I'll end up doing is down the road, I'll take another iron patch. And I'll make that iron patch exclusively meant for making something like reinforced plates or something like that. But for the time being, it's what we've got. Alright, so production, assembler. That's fine. No, it's not. That's deeply upsetting. Not the left one. There. Alright, and as much as I want to not make it so it's inline storage, that's fine. And later on down the road, I'll want to, you know, make splitters and all that here. Right now, I'm just trying to get any of it hooked up at all. Okay. And just like that, we've got our production set up here. So now it's time to tear all of that production down there. From those two all the way up through there. Down. It's done. It's gone. It's not needed anymore. Like, I understand that's a multiplication of production, but I can move that all up there and have it out of the way. We'll start with you. Do I need you? No, that's fine. That's fine. We're good. For a moment, it's like, wait a second. Did I actually need that? Nope, our inventory is full. So I'm gonna take the ore and I'm gonna drop it on the ground. Well, not drop it on the ground. I'm gonna delete it from existence. What I am gonna do is we're gonna run up here. I'm gonna dump this in the boxes up above. Hey, Stokeman, how's it going? We're going to chuck all this into boxes up here, and we should be good. Look at wake up process. But I love this update. I had a lot of quality of life. A bit later. Gotcha. I haven't gotten to check out too much of it quite yet. Alright, so that's going pretty alright up there. We can jump down here. We can listen to our ankles shatter just a little bit. We can go here and drop stacked plates there. And there. Drop them in there. Drop them in there. Be already full. Be already full. Alright, that should sort itself out after a little while. Yeah, we're gonna unlock everything over time. Alright, so that is a problem right there in that I don't have a place to put that. But that is a later me problem to deal with. Okay. Alright, and that pull's not necessary anymore. It's doing literally nothing. We'll leave that one even though it's not probably that important. It's just bridging, we can connect around it. But that clears up a bunch of space. Cool. And just like that, we got all that in our inventory. And we're moving on. So I need more cement and more power, or more wire. There's the cement handled, and you have been going this whole time left alone. And so there's that. Alright. It's always a pain placing this thing because you can't see what you're doing. Alright, let's get up top there. Obviously, I'm going to need to move that power anyways because the amount of cable you need later is absurd. I shouldn't say cable. The amount of copper products you need later is absurd, including cable. As well as wire, and as well as cadmium and everything else like that, which, you know, is... Caterium is not copper. Yeah, so if I go and I place it from up here, I should be able to see much better. Doesn't look like it will fit down there unless you remove more machinery. It might. Like, it might not. Oh, I need to be on that platform. It's like a space elevator is big or something. Yeah, so it is still going to be in the way. Alright, where do I want to move my copper production? Yeah, on top of one of the hills might work as well. That's farther away than I want to go right now. That hill's not big enough. I could put it over there. That one's already covered. That's not big enough there either. So there's not a whole lot here. I could easily move this production. I think I'm going to move this production because literally it's just that constructor and that smelter. And otherwise it's just a really, really long chain of stuff over here. And there's no more copper stuff over there. Let's actually check where the next nearest copper vein is. Okay, so there's another one like right up there. What about up here? What's up here? Literally right there into our biomass. There's not really enough room for me to do stuff over here. Is the only hesitation there. And that doesn't go anywhere, that's just a bridge that dead ends. Like, clearly I need to get the copper out of here. Because this is iron as well that I'm going to go hook up over there. I'm probably going to want to put stuff like the space elevator here. I got my biomass production up there. I don't think there's room to do a whole lot up here, but let's walk up here and see if there's a ledge. I mean, up there might have stuff, but the question is how much a pain in the butt is it going to be to run around up there. And meanwhile, I'm absolutely killing myself by just jumping off again in quick succession. Oh, good. A cave that's probably full of spiders to murder me. Oh, it's got poison stuff on it to get up there. Like, that's a very usable copper node. Oh, was that cave under the walkway the second copper deposit? So this is one deposit here. And that's the other deposit there. I don't really have a good spot that I can use right over here. Yep, I don't have explosives yet, though. Like, that's the thing, is I'm looking for a large enough area I could realistically set up copper. Hey, Canadian Mountie, thank you so much for the raid. I'll get you a shout out here in a minute. Oh, we have a wreck here with a bunch of stuff. Let's not... Oh, well, I guess we are... Hey. Hostile enemies? I didn't actually mean to jump down here with you. Give me a moment to go ahead and get that shout out real fast. So shout out for Canadian Mountie, who was playing Stellaris, The Sims 4, and Cryofall recently. So hey, those sound good. Maybe drop a file over there and check them out. But yeah, it's going pretty good. How was your stream? All right, well this is inconvenient because I did very much mostly kill myself. Come on. You want more? Hey, we're not done here yet. Okay. Stream was good? Nice. Alright, so you need a modified frame. Or modular frame, not modified frame. Just grabbing A parts, because sometimes you get lucky and get really, really solid parts out of some of those areas. You couldn't find a single other civilization? That happens. Alright, well... My inventory is very full. Yeah, let's drop some of this stuff off. Yeah, one modular frame is pretty easy. Yes, it is. I believe I can literally make it almost any time. Oh, yeah. That sounded like Civilization was what they were playing. Okay, so the thing I'm trying to figure out is where I want to relocate my coppers to put the space elevator here. Or a different location to put the space elevator. Because of the terrain, I'm not really seeing a place that I'm excited about putting the space elevator at. Because I need a big open space to do that. I need to empty my inventory is what I need to do. I mean, this would work for the space elevators. I could put it, just shove it right here. A little farther out of the way than I wanted, but the factory is eventually going to take over everything, so who really cares? Oh, Stellaris! Okay. Yeah, Stellaris is a good time. Alright, so what we're going to go do... what can we drop off a little bit? Let's sort all that. We still need... Oh, we still need that minor... Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so that's basically keeping up just fine. So, just to get stuff out of my inventory, you got productions, minor mark 1. Just gonna toss that there for a moment. I mean, I could... That's deeply upsetting. Like, right now, it's just gonna sit there, and that's just to get the minor out of my inventory. Oh, we can drop off the quartz while we're at it. Alright, so drop off the quartz. Drop that off as well. Refuel these. Okay. There we go. Is that right? Oh, absolutely. No problem whatsoever. I do appreciate the raid. You get yourself some sleep. Well, thank you. I'm glad people enjoy it. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to go wreck some nature over this way. Thank you for the follow. welcome to the stream. So I go ahead and wreck some nature over here so I can make room for the space elevator. Alright. This will give me a ton of biomass. Okay, it's getting pretty thin here. Why is it getting so ominous in this area? With a slight pink haze. Where? Oh, there you are. Alright, well, so I've got this area pretty well cleared up. I do kind of want to put down a giant platform for the space elevator to sit on. So we're going to start with that height. I don't know how big it needs to be. I just know however big I think it needs to be, it probably needs to be like 4 times that size, because the space elevator is just absurdly large. So let's see how we're doing with this. Like, the worst part is trying to position, so I can't afford it. Oh, I'm slightly short. It's literally almost perfect size. I just need more rods. Let's go over here. We'll drop off the stuff to make more biofuel. And we'll be able to get that going. And how are we doing on power now? We're doing really well. Okay, the hill's over here. We're dropping off the stuff for the biofuel. Alright. Leaves go in here. Wood goes there. And petals go down here. Happy 8th of July. Why are my neighbors still lighting off fireworks? Yeah, that's the way it is most years. This year has been weird for us in that this is the only year that's not happened. Like, I did hear a couple earlier today, but like, on the 4th of July, normally it's like the entire week on both ends, we just deal with fireworks going on. But this year, there was like, a couple went off a little bit before, and we had a little bit on the 4th itself, like after like 9 p.m. But like, almost nothing. Like, it's been a very tame you know, 4th of July in this area. Like, weirdly tame. Like, years past, it's always absolutely ballistic. So it's been a whole thing. Alright, well, that's good. So that should be enough to finish the jump pad tech. And it's here for rods, right? That should be here. Alright, so I'm gonna need to up our rod production, which I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I didn't leave myself enough space. It's fine. I'll only regret it many times over again and again. What's more than likely gonna happen is I'll choose a material that I need to make more of, and I am going to make a place to mass produce it. And I guess I should say, like, I'll make a place that's like, this is the whatever, the, not smart plate, the reinforced plate. Alright. Here we go with the space elevator. Always a fun one to watch. Okay. Cool. Alright, so it wants smart plates, which require the rotors and the reinforced plates to complete phase 1. Yeah, but it's always been a thing that, like, I get people doing fireworks on the 4th itself, as much as fireworks have, like, a whole slew of things that cause them to be problems. But when it's, like, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days before and after, like, no respite, it's like, alright, come on, let's be reasonable here. Alright, drop that off and push a button.
Milestone reached. Several buildings aimed at factory traversal can now be accessed in the build menu. Caution is recommended during use of these products.
Alright. Let's make mistakes. What is the big blues thing sticking out the side there? Alright. Science! Science? There we go. Oh. It needs more oomph. Let's see. So it's not gonna be able to clear that from where we're at. That's a bummer. We can have a solution for that problem, though. We can make a pad in the middle that launches up to those. It's fine. Alright. Regardless of that, I need to get the assemblers going to produce the smart plates. We'll run over here, we'll climb up, we'll take the smart plates, we'll feed them into the space elevator and get all that going. I believe that's the only function of some of those things, is most of the stuff you feed into space elevator, you usually use just for the space elevator and nothing else. You can also feed them into, there's a building that you can just, like, delete resources to get coupons to get all sorts of junk. Alright. So in the meantime, we can go up here. The sink, yes. That you literally sink your resources into. Alright, so that's where my rotors are, and that's where my reinforced plates are. Trying to decide which one I want to bring which way. Because one resource has to go to the other. I'm also seeing that very clearly I'm not making enough screws. Oh, so let's get these trees out of here. Okay. That'll do for now. So, I could make the assembler down here to feed directly in the space elevator and then conveyor both those things down to it. Oh, this is going to be so awful over time. That's kind of upsetting looking, just that jutting out platform. It's fine. It's only mildly upsetting. Alright, well, let's fix the screws, because I can see that they're backing up at both locations. Alright, we do have enough rods going in. Are you... No, you're not. So I need more rods. We have to slide them forward, as much as I don't like doing that. That rock being right there is really inconvenient. Okay, you're not going to fit there. I'm going to have to give us a little bit more room. Okay. I can't fit it even that way. Alright, that's a problem. Sorry about that. Alright, so that's not going to work that way. Too far. That's I didn't give myself enough room, so now I'm suffering the consequences. Alright, well, there's a solution for this problem, too. Is that these two machines I added over here, they're gone. Instead, we'll add some more smelters. Anyways, make that mistake. Okay. Let's see where we got another power pole that we have an exposed spot to. That'll work. Let me actually put it on this side. So put it right here. Okay. So plan here is that I'm going to just kind of scooch the rod production over here and then merge it in. It's not something that instills me with happiness. It's quite upsetting, actually. But it is what I'm working with here. We'll put that in after. Alright, so that should merge in there. And that's our splitter. I don't know, is it gonna be able to work? Oh, did I put it the wrong way? Hang on. That's too snug. I needed to give myself more space and I didn't. This is the point in my old factory. Like I said, I made the bottom floor just like all my refining. Then the second floor was like turning the ingots into plates, and third floor is turning, you know, ingots into rods. And so doing like the really long, like widespread factory, something I haven't done anymore, and I'm already running out of space. All right. I may do that, just... I wanted to kind of make a widespread factory, but I'm already just like, oh, I need more space, I need more space. That's mostly because that rock right there. That rock right there, without it, I could have just continued on and spread out that way, and it would have been easy peasy. But because of it, that's the reason I have this weird overhanging belt to get around it kind of thing, and I'm having to do so much just to get around that rock. Not far enough. What am I doing? So there's the merger. That's not all lined up with what I want it to be lined up with. Alright, get that one going. Get this one going. Those are doing fine to the rods there. So like, it'd be nice to, like, we have the bandwidth here. I keep getting the lines thinking that we're lined up and then realizing it's not. So that's lined up there. Alright, we need a merger here. This early bootstrap spaghetti is pretty much mandatory. Yeah. I just normally have a way I do these. Like when I shouldn't say normally. The last time I played this, I had a way I did this. That was way better than this. Alright, so let's grab you. Mark II belt there. Mark II belt here. Okay, that's fine. I was gonna make room for more constructors here, but I didn't. That's fine. It's not really that fine, if I'm being honest. So you can bring that over and up over top this. This is getting to be like upsetting levels of spaghetti. That's fine. What we'll end up doing is I'll make a platform that is dedicated to making screws later. And that'll just be the way it is. So in the meantime, we will go here for the splitter. Why are you not? Did I turn it the wrong way? I'm getting myself so thrown off of that. Alright, that's the merger. That's the splitter. Today isn't the problem until you need to change it 2 days later and trying to figure out what goes where. I haven't run into that problem before too much. Like usually I'm actually pretty good about going, okay, this is where I need this material, that kind of thing. Alright, was that... So you only ever doing the mark ones. For me, it's... Like right now, I'm getting too compact in here. I didn't give myself enough space, and I'm suffering for it. Okay. So now I've got that, and so we're splitting the screws twice here, which is part of the problem. Now, I don't really have a good place I could shove a merger in here. Power check? We should be okay for the moment. Yeah. We're okay for the moment, but pretty soon we'll have to up it. So those are going up there for the rotors. Those are going for that. So I really do want to get it ahead of this spot. The problem is when you calculate how much you're going to need reachment. It's a problem when you calculate, yeah. Because like worst case, you can start making spaghetti kind of stuff here. Alright, so what I think is going to ultimately happen is getting rid of this belt. I need you to be 7 for the merger. This game actually rewards underclocking some machines? Yep. Oh, did I not upgrade this? That's... I want that to be a Mark II. Okay. Yeah, that's... So the problem is the Mark II is not going to handle that. I really should be splitting it off more. Wait a second. It should also be a Mark II. Yeah, so we'll need Mark IIIs on this one. Just because of the belt limitations. That still should help a bunch. Now let's go ahead and check our power at this point. I think we're getting our biomass thing going. Alright, with all that going, so we're getting our screws and the rods and all that sorted out, but I still need to get up top here and get this fixed. Alright, and for remote, I keep debating on where I want to put it, because that's my reinforced plates, that's my rotors. So either have to take the rotors down, or the up one or one's up, and I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to take them down. I'm genuinely debating, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to do it exactly like this. This will be something I can't really get away with later. But it's a classic, that's a later me problem. Right now, me just wants smart plates to start producing. And I can clean things up. Because the reason I decided to do that is I already have a ramp I can run the rotors down pretty easily. So that'll be one thing that's not a big deal, and that's a pretty small jump down. Basically, just putting an assembler with a chest for smart plating. You don't want it eating all your rotors. Well, my plan was to add a splitter. And then, because once it fills up, I shouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Speaking of which, that's not far enough away to give me the room. I never need a full chest of smart plating, though. Putting assembler with a chest for smart plating. Fill the chest with rotors manually. Alright, may I suggest putting an assembler with a chest for smart plating? don't want it eating all your rotors. Okay. The chest feeds the assembler. For the smart plating. Oh, so you're saying... I mean, I think that's fine. I think I see what you're saying. Alright. Because this should only eat so many. Like, it'll be a waste on the line. I can live with that, though. Like, down the road I can fix it, but it ends up being a big problem. There'll be lots of those kind of things. Alright, so now we want to go ahead and make another splitter right here. You're just gonna need a lot of rotors for a bunch of stuff. You're gonna need a limited amount for smart plating. Right. That's I can always just disconnect it later if it comes down to it. And meanwhile, I need to get a power line here. Now, I get what you're saying is to not have a whole bunch of them just tied up sitting there for something that doesn't need them. And I do agree. But for right now, I'm just going to go with that. Because, like, right now, it's splitting that off. And I have, like, all the chests and all that there for our stuff. Let's see. Let's go to you. I'll put your power connection over here on the end for the moment. Okay, so that's producing now. Okay. Oh, these are saving half rotors. Right, I was just splitting them off. Because I'd also want to avoid having to, like, manually deal with a bunch of stuff. Okay. Resource sync, select milestone. I've already got it. Already got it. We just need rods and concrete. Concrete I should have for days. Because we haven't been using it, it's just been piling in the box. And then we just need the rods. Which I should have a decent amount up top, too. Yeah, what I think I'll probably end up doing is I'll find a spot and I'll be like, this is the rotor spot. Like, dedicated, however many iron nodes, just for rotors. Because I believe it literally just needs iron. And, you know, then we'll make rotors in that spot and ship them wherever they're needed. Now go, okay, here's the reinforced plated spot. The same deal, because I'll need an obnoxious amount of that. Right now, we're not expanded yet to make that worth time and effort and whatnot. Alright. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That should help. Yeah, like at the end of stream, I'll show you, if it still loads actually, I'll show you the giant factory I made. Or like I said, it's this giant skyscraper thing that I have like these spines that go along the edges that like skip stuff between levels. And otherwise, like as I mentioned, I have like, there is the refined level for iron, and then there's like the plate level for iron, then there's a rod level for iron, then there's a screw level for iron, then, you know, there's the rotors and the reinforced plates. And I have like the whole tubes that go up and down it, and then I have like a different one there. I think it'll load experimental, not sure. Yeah, we can find out. It won't hurt much if it doesn't. Yeah, so the problem is now I'm using the rods as fast as I'm producing them. Like, the machines are filling up from the looks of it, but it's going to take a while to catch up. Alright. So I've got tons of screws on my person. Let's drop those in a box. Keep a stack on me. I got a ridiculous number of rotors. Got the concrete. I just need the rods. I can do this. That'll solve it for right now. Test emote, please ignore. Okay. Okay, I have something sort of describe the train bringing everything to the mega factory needs. Yeah, I have actually not done much with trains in this game, because when I set that up, trains were not really usable at the time. They had like lots of problems with them. And I haven't been back since then. And I hear they're good now, but like I said, at the time I last played, trains were not the best.
Milestone reached.
Okay.
You have been given early access to the Anti-Waste Effort for Stress Testing of Materials on Exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts into the Awesome Resource Sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the Awesome Store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards. Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the Awesome Store in the future.
Okay.
Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
So I got a bunch of biofuel loaded up in those, so they shouldn't run out anytime soon. How are we doing in power? We're gonna need to increase our power production. I also think we're getting to the point where right now I've just kind of got all the biofuel shoved down there just the best I can. That I should just put a plate and then just like literally grid out the biofuel. Like it just needs to be placed, but put them so instead like they're kind of here and there. Make it a little bit easier to deal with. Alright, so there's the wood. Drop down, take a bunch more damage. Alright. Very good for getting resources far away without making a 10 by 10 kilometer pelt coming from different directions. Yeah. Drop that down. Okay. So one thing we could do while our smart plates are getting done. Do we have sulfur anywhere near us? 400 that way. Quartz. Oh, weird that it pings so long. So yeah, quartz only 200 away in that direction. So 400, 200. Cadmium. Alright, so it looks like the quartz is going to be these to make happen. There's some quartz 200 away. Let's try and set that up. Wait, did that just ping a quartz now? Or... Oh no, it's the cadmium. Okay, so they're both over here. So we've got our quartz down there, and that looks like that might be coal down there. Let's see if we can find a way down that doesn't involve me just hucking myself off a cliff. Got more limestone. Yeah, I think it's going pretty good. It's still farther down there. That's fine. Should be a ramp around here somewhere. Another chunk of limestone. That's the thing, will explode and get more materials. Yeah, there's a... Sometimes you can actually get the... the slugs without actually destroying the bombs, like they flip through slightly. And this is one. Oh, you bounce with rock. That's cheating, man. Okay. Hey, I don't want a big scary spider. Oh, hi. All right. I need to find berries. Surprisingly, I haven't seen anything in the way of like berries and all that this whole time. All right. Oh, you suck. I kind of want to deal with him until I got a little bit more life recovered. But I haven't seen any nuts or berries to deal with. Okay, sure. I don't mind him getting stuck in train and taking the easy road. Okay. Alright, so they're over here. Oh, it's one of the big ones? Oh, don't knock me off the ledge. That's not what I want. We are absolutely boned here. Where did you go? Yeah, what? I'm using the power of standing on something. Yeah, what? I'm on a little rock. Oh, he's figured it out. Ooh. Ah, what? Huh? I thought he was dead. He was faking us out this time. Oh, we're so dead. Look, I'll sit here and regen health. You get confused. I'm totally fine with this. Yep, you just stay merged in that rock. It's cool. Alright, that's all I regen, I believe. I think he's free. Okay. So I thought from up there that was coal. That's actually, like, not this, but the copper there. I was about to be like, oh, good. Coal. It was not. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do to deal with this real fast, I'm going to make a crafting thing here. And I'll need to make an equipment station here. Like, ultimately, I'm going to wire these over at a later date to get them over, but I didn't bring everything I need to set that up. So what I'm doing in the meantime is I'm just going to shove these down here. So it can come by and get like 400 ore. There are requirements for making the bigger miners anyways. But I certainly don't want to have to run power back and forth, like, run fuel, I mean, back and forth here. And I don't have what I need to set up the miners with power and run them all the way up there and yada yada yada. So let those go for a moment. I just do that all the time, run around and just slap those down real fast. Okay. So this is where the quartz is. Was there sulfur in the area? Or is it farther away? Alright, that's farther away. Okay, Tyrium. There's something else that was vaguely in this direction I'm hoping is relatively close. It's not, for the record. This is by itself. Alright. Happy Dino Dog. Oh, I didn't realize it shows just those. I thought it only showed, like, the big nodes. Okay, so those are already full. That's kind of what I was waiting on, so I could bring a bunch back for research. Um, 10 leaves is not enough to care about. Let's see here. That's not really what I wanted to do. Okay, that should be enough to get some stuff run. It does only show the big nodes. Okay. Alright, so let's try and get back up here and back home. Home's that way. Yeah, no, it's probably one of those things that where I was standing, it was just the angle. That's probably more sulfur there. Go ahead and break that. Having it show every little hunk of be super annoying. Yeah, that's agreed. That's the reason I was like, wait a second. It shouldn't show that. That'd be obnoxious. Alright, so... Can't see from all plants. If my inventory wasn't so full, I'd be chainsawing it all down. Alright, so that's not too bad. Like I said, I do want the quartz, but I didn't bring everything I need to get that sorted out. So for right now, I put the 4 miners on there. That means in a pinch I can just run over there and grab 400. Okay. We can run over to the research building and make that happen over here. Or not the research, yeah, the man. Okay. So alien organisms. I don't have that one, I have you. I have you. So I'll need to get the hatcher, the thing with bees. I don't have enough cadmium to do anything yet, or caterium. Alright, so I need wires and cables and wires. Alright, well let's grab those. Let's not grab those, I don't have the room. Quartz. I can do this by hand real fast. No, I can't. Yes, I can. So how much of this do I need? I need 100. Okay. Because I should have enough to make all of this stuff. That's part of why I grabbed so much. Now, I'll probably do is I'll process the quartz way over there as I need it. And then we can just ship in the end products. Or until we get to the point where we need something other than just the straight up quartz to do stuff. Alright. And the whole time this is happening, if you're noticing, very slowly we're getting the smart plates made. Alright, so we can go over here. Okay, so I need, that's modular frames, I believe? I think you can make those in your pocket. Okay, and I need how many of those? 10. I happen to already have what I need to make that happen. Alright. And I'll make one extra of these because we have the crashed piece of ship that needs one nearby as well. Alright, and I also need a ridiculous amount of silica. So I need to use the restroom real fast, so while we're crafting this, I'm going to take 2 seconds to use the restroom. So thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who's been lurking and chatting and all that good stuff. Subbing, doing the bits, the hosts, all of that good stuff. It all helps, I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright, so I'm back. Let's let this finish up and then we'll just dispose of the leftover quartz. Okay. Alright. Do you remember in this game where you'd start holding the plate and it would slowly get brighter and brighter as you'd hit on it till it starts steaming real bad? I remember that. That was a long time ago. Alright, so with that we can go back to the MIM. Okay, and I don't have remotely what I need for the rest of this stuff, but that's okay. It'd be under equipment, wouldn't it? Alright. For the blade runners, I need one more thing of modular frames. Because it used to be this thing that you click on, it would slowly get brighter and brighter until it got like steam coming off of it everywhere. Like it wouldn't do anything like hurt you or anything. Ah, yeah, there we go. Alright, so we still have 2 quartz crystals left over. We could chuck those in there. We'll keep that modular frame. What am I missing for messing with this? So we have sulfur, so I need coal to do anything else with that. I need a whole lot of supplies for that kind of stuff. Yeah, so it's coal. So right now I can just chuck that in there. Chuck the deuterium in there. Chuck the sulfur in there. How much Caterium do I have in here? 40. I needed 50. Alright. And there's anything to do with the power slugs? You needed cable, you needed wire and rods. Alright, that's fine. We can grab all this on the way by. Yeah, Mushroom Jet, we have not seen Mushroom Jet. There's the wire. That should be plenty of cable. And the wreck ship should actually be down just over here, past the space elevator. Or was it? Yeah, it's over here. I knew it was in this area somewhere.
Data on the hard drive has been salvaged and can be repurposed to unlock an alternate recipe. Salvaging more hard drives will provide additional alternate recipes.
There are some specific trees that give, but it's hard to explain what they look like. Yeah, no, I've seen the mushrooms before. I've played this game, a pretty late game, but it's like super duper far versions ago. Okay, so now with this, we go hard drive, scan hard drive. It takes 10 minutes, and then at the end, I will get, I believe I get to choose between, it's either 2 or 3 things that I can get out of it. Alright. So there's a whole area down there. There's a wrecked ship over there that we'll be able to get a hard drive out of. Part of me wants to start building a factory floor by floor down, because it looks like that's all water over there that I'm going to need for when I do coal power. Alright, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, so I've got all the coal there. If you press C while sprinting, you can slide under belts. Oh, I totally forgot about that. It used to... I remember this. This is the way you went fast around the map. Can you make the zip tool? I have not seen the ability to make zip tool yet. Like, I remember that's actually one of the things that used to annoy me, was that this is the fastest way to travel, except uphill. Uphill you don't get as much benefit. Alright, so there's no real reason to go after sulfur yet till we get coal. There's 300 that way. Stop juggling me. Also, don't waste hard drives in the MAM. They used to literally be the only purpose for hard drives. They unlock alternate recipes, which could be way more efficient than the starting recipes. Like, is there some other use to they've had? Oh my god. Is there some other use they gave hard drives? It's fine. Like, there's an absolutely absurd number of hard drives. We just go for more later. That's not what I want. I want cadmium. Good recipes are now on the tech tree. Oh, okay, so it's no longer RNG. Well, that's interesting. Like, getting some weird frame drop over here. I should have made a bunch of beacons. Oh no, the Caterium is covered. What am I going to do? Oh wait, I don't really care right now. Again, this isn't a long-term solution for this. Because what'll end up happening is I'll have to deal with that. But it's like they put the big boulder on here, so you have to get explosives to be able to actually exploit this node, and be able to automate it. But for my purposes, being able to grab a couple hundred pretty quick is good enough. Why am I getting such stuttering frames around here? Oh, is that literally one that's not even covered? The hard drives are used for a few specific things in the tech tree. Run those, you should get them scanned to get better recipes. There's literally... okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm still happy with what I threw up there. That's good enough for the time being. Yeah, because it got some quartz, got cadmium. The sulfur's not going to be very useful for us for right now. Just till I get the coal. Man, it's still out there a ways. Not quite in the wrong direction of my space elevator. Oh, and one thing I do appreciate that this game does is that space elevator, as long as there's not like a rock wall or something in the way, can be seen from anywhere on the map. So it's one of the things that's like, which way is home? Oh, yeah. I mean, you also have the things on your compass at all times. But it's just one of those things that's just very easy to deal with. Alright, pretty soon we're going to be... well, that's an interesting tree. There's something about this area that's causing me a bunch of frame skip and all that. So I don't really know what that's about. But pretty soon we'll be able to advance the next tech level. I think that'll do for right now. Let's actually check real fast. If I were to want to put a beacon here. Can't remember what the beacons require. Beacons just require... oh, that's not bad at all. Where did my beacons go? Excuse me, game? Where are my beacons? That's super annoying. I was like, what's Let's do this strategy real fast. The game is being a little glitchy. Let's save our game. And then let's load our game. And so it was saved, okay, just a second ago. If at first things don't run correctly, because we're also getting like weird frame dips. So we're just gonna try reloading the map real fast, see if the beacons reappear. As well as see if like whatever's our slowdown resolves itself. Well, the beacons are non-accessible, nor can I turn them off, so that's deeply upsetting. Can I... There we go. Nope, they still show on the compass. Is there a way I can hide them on the compass? Wait, new map marker? And what purpose does the beacon serve? If I can just make a map marker. Sure, we'll make it a thumbs up. Good enough. Marker distance on compass. Marked as near. Should have picked the miner. What I'm trying to figure out is I can't seem to interact with the beacons at all. Oh, that's interesting. So they're just stuck there forever and ever. They will forever plague my HUD as these little exclamation marks I can never get rid of. That's deeply upsetting. Why is there? Oh, hi friends. I don't really care about them right now. Let's just move on. Why did I think it's way farther away than that? Okay, so the map markers are way nicer. Like, than the beacons. Let's see, we can do those in multiple locations, right? There's the Caterium over there. Let's just experiment. Let's add a map marker. Yeah, so I get a multiple map markers. Alright. That makes beacons literally useless. Okay. Alright, so we already have all the reinforced plates we need. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take this little spot there and get rid of it. And go all the way up here. Here it says, popped in to lurk for the last bit of the stream. Everyone's having a nice day. Yep, been a pretty good time here. Alright, so now it's time to send stuff up on the space elevator. So we run over to the front so we can watch the little panel. And we seal it. And send. And there goes the supplies. Away! Oh, I'm gonna need 500 more smart plates. Okay, never mind, we're gonna put that back. One of the nice things about that, though, is where I have all these ridiculous requirements for this, you end up having all like the different tech you get for phase 2 and all that, or during phase 2, so you can have it producing a bunch of stuff in the meantime. All right. Because now we have 3 and 4 available, so coal power. Yeah, so coal power is going to be the next thing we go after, because coal power makes life much easier. So we select the milestone, we'll immediately drop the cables in. We have almost enough rotors. Let's check on the rotors and the smart plates. Not smart plates, reinforced plates. Realistically, what I'm going to want to do is find a set of iron nodes and just make a place to produce smart plates. Now again, not smart plates. Reinforced plates. Very different things. Alright, so reinforced plates are going to be the bigger pain point. Except I already have almost all I need. I'm just a couple short. Never mind. And then for the rotors, I already have more than I need. Okay. So I'm only short by about like six reinforced plates. Alright. That works out for me. And how are you doing? You're not getting screws fast enough to keep you content. I grab 2 stacks, I'm going to shove them in the machine over there and just deal with that real fast. Oh right, I still have the power slugs. What did I need the power slug? It was the cable and the wire. That's what was missing for the power slugs. So let's grab you. And you. We'll need to check on our power pretty soon. Alright, so this was the stuff we have unlocking. Alright, so we can make rotors with the copper plate and the screws. We can make wire with the caterium. And we can go directly from ingots, without any extra steps, to screws. Which feels like a huge win, by not having to make rods as the intermediary. That feels like it's a huge, huge win for complexity. That's what I'm gonna do. And there's gonna be someone's like, oh god, no, you just gave up the best pattern in the entire game. Oh no, what have you done? I didn't know. Oh, right, we have all the caterium stuff. Alright, so alien organisms. We don't have anything caterium, we probably have a bunch of stuff. Now, so we require the ingots, which I will have to process. There's the yellow slugs research. I will need more iron rods. How are you doing? You are right about to run out of fuel. That's how you're doing. Okay, not gonna lug around that. Alright. So we need to get rods, which are up top here. Man, this does make me miss my old factory design, because like I said, I just made a large platform and it just went up. And while there was a lot of redundancy in the conveyor belts in that thing, just by the nature, I shouldn't say redundancy, there was a lot of waste because of how much I had to build in the way of conveyor belts in that thing for the vertical. It's fine. Okay, so you have 158, so literally I have enough reinforced plates. I have all the material I need there. What was I coming up? Rods. We're up here for rods. Okay. So I'm excited about this because the rods backlog now, I can just get around that. That's going to end up requiring me to redesign the area. That'll be able to take... What I can probably do is take one of these miners down here and just route its ore up there to smelters and take the smelters directly into making screws and just get rid of all the stuff in between of the rods. Okay. So we have that. I don't even remember why I was grabbing that. Caterium. I'll have to smelt. There's the blue snails. I, of course, now need the plates. Now we have this for the coal. You know, the thing I was trying to remember is what I was doing the rods for. Oh, you need a little bit more. Alright, so that's going to be step 1 into renewable power. Good
power
old
source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Alright. So we still have more cadmium. Oh, right. Okay. So what I need to do here is we'll build a refinery down here. We're not going to do anything fancy with it. We're literally just going to plunk down a refinery for right now. We're going to have it feed into a box just to get the cadmium stuff going. It'll be thrown away pretty quickly. Oh, right, I'm going to need another box here, aren't I? Oh, you already maxed out? I was expecting to have a spot free right there. Because once I get the cadmium one, or I keep saying cadmium, caterium ones, then things will be much better. Alright, so put the caterium in here, and now it gets to thinking. You need copper sheets for pipes? That we will. We have had copper going here the whole time, but I just need to branch it out to make sheets. Which I believe we make in the constructor. That's wire. I don't need it the wire, we need it here. Now, and I need to go up here to grab our iron plates, which I should have an absolutely obnoxious amount by now. Because then we'll locate coal. We'll start getting all that set up. And then once we get all that set up, we'll be able to start worrying about actually running the power. There we go, copper sheet. I can only imagine what a speed run of this game looks like. It's probably deeply upsetting with them just slamming down stuff everywhere. And you're like, no, please, be organized. No, don't put that there. It hurts. Why are you doing this? Okay, with the power slugs. Yeah, so you needed the sheets. We're doing a lot of collecting stuff around the map. An organization in speedrun. I mean, that's also what happens in Factorio. Like, they just, you see the person like run back and forth, like put down the miners, just go, and they just slap down a whole bunch of things. This is the speedrun location though, one of the best places. Yeah, it seems like it's really good for resources. It's just the terrain sucks for any type of working with it. And with that, we have overclocking. Just slam down 40 boxes and connect them to all the machines. It wouldn't surprise me. That sounds about right. Okay, so you need to have 50. You have 40. Alright, so let me guess, it'll be down here. Nope. 400 that way. 400 that way is not that bad, because that put it pretty close to where our quartz is, because our quartz was, I think, at 480. The downside is there is no water over there at all. So that's a problem. Hey, gravity. Yeah, so there's the coal. I'm not gonna bother jumping down there to fight him because there's no water nearby. It's not even worth looking at. Oh, that's not too bad. Alright, so the water's not super convenient. That's not a bad place. Yeah, so I think the idea is I would take the coal down here. And it looks like the other coal is probably on that little island way out there. I think that's literally where I'm pointing right now is I think the coal node. Alright. Let's take a look at this. So there's the coal node there. There's our coal. Let's not get caught up in a fight there because I don't really care. Okay, so this is not bad. We definitely want to bring the coal down, not the water up. What are you? You're not the bee thing, are you? Oh, they changed the bee thing. Okay. Where are the other bees coming from? Wait. What is hitting me from behind? That's what's throwing me off, is the bees are staying way over there and I'm getting damaged. Yeah, no, I realize they respawn, that you have to go up to the nest thing and zap the nest thing till it dies. Bees from the water? Is there another, like, hive down there on a ledge or something? That's quartz, we're not gonna worry about it. When you scan for resources, look at the map. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is a lot of coal. Holy crap, that's coal. That is serious coal. Okay, I'm down. Okay. Yeah, they totally changed it. It used to be they would, Alright, let's just back off for a minute here and recover before we mess with any more bees. That's a lot of coal plants you can fit over there. That's the thing, I'm used to seeing like one, and don't get me wrong, they weren't like much in the way of like pure nodes or anything like that. I'm used to having just like 1 or 2 deposits of coal nearby. So like being over there and having like 6, even if there's like 6 of them that, you know, 3 or 4 of them are just kind of eh. Yeah, the pier is on your side? Yeah. So it seems to me like I'll want to... Oh man, there's bees everywhere here. So it seems to me like I want to put all like the coal power production down here by the water. Because shipping stuff up in the water stuff is a huge pain in the butt. But then we could ship the coal down. And I do think we will start with the one right up there. Because that shouldn't be too bad to deal with. Let's not aggro him yet. What we can go ahead and do is we'll pop the coal, bring up the map. We can go here. Claimed. Oh, I see. So you can claim it and it doesn't do a thing anymore. So go like that. Select icon. Select color. There. Probably at some point I'm gonna need to make... Do I make a ramp up here? Oh, right. It turned off Zoop when I did the reload to get the game to stop acting weird. And just like that, we have a shortcut down now. Alright. So. First of all, what the heck am I doing next? Okay. So, steel production would be a good one. Improved melee wouldn't be bad. So those two are going to require materials I don't have yet available. Improved melee will require less. That requires tubes, that requires steel. So all that's going to require me to have steel production. So we're not worried about that. So improved melee will be the next one just because I happen to already have most stuff I need. Let's run over here, grab a bunch of this. You just take the stack. Alright. So, I'm going to have to run cable across the universe. To start getting that coal miner set up. In the meantime, do that. Now, I need more regular wire. We can also go up here to the reinforced plates and make that happen. Like, honestly, with all those coal nodes, I'm half tempted to put a platform in the water to put all my coal plants on. And then, you know, run the coal down there and just have it, like, the water, like, literally going up just the teeniest, tiniest smidge to reach it. How am I doing on plates? I got quite a bit, actually. Let's refill... Oh, I'm pushing my life. Okay. Let's refill all of our biomass generators for the moment, because I don't want them to run out while I'm doing everything. Probably won't even need pumps to do that. Yeah, I can't remember what the initial is, because I remember there's a whole thing about how high I can lift them. You know, that's how I run mine? Gotcha. Cool. Oh, we also can do stuff at the MAM, because we got the B things. Alright, Alien DNA capsule. Oh, is that the reward? No, that's a requirement, right? Is that something to craft? Don't know. Either way, we can go ahead and drop you off. Alright. They currently have 1.2 gigawatt of coal power plants in the water there? Gotcha. Alright, I should not have put all that in there. And we grabbed our... Yeah, we grabbed our plates. We don't have enough yet. That's fine. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is not grab that, but grab you. Because I need to run a power cable down this ramp. That's fine, we'll just deal with it. Okay. Okay. Alright. Later, Luxray. So I'll drop that one there for dealing with the quartz. Alright, so now I gotta deal with you. I'm not done with you. Alright, so we can go here and go production. And we have just the one up here. Do I want you to have a buffer crate? I think I do. Even though it's not going to be easy to make happen. We can put the buffer down here. So for the moment, I'm going to make it just Mark 1 conveyors. Yeah, I am going to try and... Okay. Well, I wasn't trying to jump in right there, but we did. Alright, so we can go ahead and put our foundations down. put them down here. I'm trying to get it really close to water. All right, there we go. Cool. Alright, so we're just... I like how it's still making sloshing noises like I'm in the water when I'm not. Okay. So we're gonna go over here. Power. Pull generator. We'll start on... Stop twisting it on me. Okay. Start it right there. I don't want to deal with that. That's not ideal, but it's fine. So let's do the splitter here. And that'll work for now. Now next up is I need to get the water. So go ahead and plunk that down over here for right now. Where is that at? That's the awesome shop. Awesome sink. Water excavator. Perfect. There's the fluid buffer. Oh, I need modular frames for that? That's no problem. What I'm going to do is down over here. Did I leave those up there? What I'm going to do is... Yeah, I shouldn't need them up here, but I probably will need them down below. Okay. You want any buffer? I don't think. I am planning on adding a bunch more of stuff. So I don't think it'd be bad to have one. I don't think it'd hurt anything. So production. We'll add a crafting bench here just in case, like whenever I go to expand, if I just find I'm short on materials. And the same with the equipment thing. Alright. So... Five modular frames. All right, let's do without it. So I'm trying to remember. There we go. Let's actually put the first power pole right there. All right. Let's see how well that works. Alright, so I'll need... more of a lot of things to make more. It wouldn't be bad for me. That's actually one of the things I usually use these for. Alright, so currently this building is producing 150 megawatts. So of my entire factory's process, that thing is almost handling it by itself. What would it cost me to make another? 4 more rotors, 16. Well, 4 more rotors, 14 more plates. Hey. So we can get another one of these online, hopefully. Maybe. We might not have enough copper tubes. Alright. Production, or not production, splitter. And now I can go logistics. Junction. Cool. And just like that, more coal. Good old clean, renewable coal. Okay, so 150. Alright, so we're not producing enough water. Here, actually. Bring this the other way around. Two extractors for 4 plants, if you remember correctly. Yeah, I have no idea. And then you have to get into, is that with or without power slugs? If we aren't using the coal plant, it won't eat up as much water. Yeah. So that uses 50. That uses 50 as well. And you're producing 240. So I should actually be able to get away with 4 plants on that, with that having 2 slugs in and these having none. From the water perspective, I'm not sure if the coal will keep up. If that is the case, we just turn off one of the power plants. Assume I can even do that. So I would need 20 rotors, 40 plates. I don't think we can actually do that. I don't believe I have enough materials on me. The rotors will be the one deciding. Yeah, that's fine. Still, that is a whole bunch less biofuel we're using. Well, that's really good news. And the added bonus as well is the more I'm dividing the power out, the slower it should burn the biofuel. All that said, what my plans would be for this to deal with it? Oh, I could also set up... I mean, the quartz I'm not as worried about setting up right now. I'll need that later, but it's not a particularly high priority. I need coal. Let's go down there and grab the coal. I need 50 coal to unlock the explosives recipe. Alright, I'll get a stretch here in just a minute. Let me just grab the coal before it slips my mind. Gotcha. Okay. Stretch to those hands real fast. Alright. They'll get a pretty good start for a factory going on so far. We already hooked up with coal power. We definitely need to expand our pipeline on like making our reinforced plates and all that. That is definitely needing to be ramped up. I'm not really happy with this design up here. Part of me wants to just go and make my production tower like I've done in the past. But we'll see. Alright, so we can go to the MAM, grab the not cadmium, the sulfur. And get gunpowder going. Alright, so the next step requires gunpowder. That's fine. It's one less thing I have to worry about right now. In the meantime, we can drop the cadmium. That's not what I want. Drop the cadmium, the sulfur, and the coal down there. We can just drop that there. Okay, so I'm probably going to do is we're going to go over here, turn this off, turn you off, turn you off. Okay, so I can't afford to turn more off right now, just in case, but you get the idea. I'm going to start shutting a bunch of these down. I'm going to leave the two biomass burners on here, but the idea is I want to turn them off eventually, so I'm just using stuff that I don't have to deal with that. Your tower is more efficient than this setup? Yes. Well, I mean, other than the walls and all that. I can give the tour of the tower here, like when I go to wrap up, I can do the tour of the tower as like the last thing. I shouldn't say it's efficient, I should say it's far more organized. Okay, so a bunch of iron plates. Okay. If it loads, it might not load. Because of how many versions ago it is. Oh, right, we had the Conterium ingots that were being made. Let's grab those real fast. Because, like, the advantage it had is anytime I wanted to do more, I just, you know, added more machines onto the floor, because they're these really large floors. If I did end up needing to do more, I could always just expand the floor. I remember I was starting to run into room problems, but, like, I had done most of the stuff you could do at that point. Alright. Okay. Okay, so we'll be able to do the zip line soon. I'm not going to be super worried about that. Because those aren't actually hooked up to anything. That was me just trying to unlock tech. So let's go ahead and drop down the Caterium ore. And the Caterium itself, there's that. We have the iron ingots, which I'll put up there. Because this actually would be a place well catered to doing a tower. Because the tower doesn't care how ridiculous the terrain is. You need another resource, you build a floor. Well, not another resource, you need another production, you build a floor. Alright. So let's see. I want to rearrange this up here because I'm not happy with the way it's becoming such spaghetti already. And it's not only that spaghetti. The spaghetti is one thing, like that's not that big a deal. But to expand, I have to like completely route stuff to a completely different area because there's just no room. I want to deal with that real fast. And the best bet's going to be, and this is the problem, is that big rock in the middle here. If it wasn't for that, I'd be able to expand way easier. Oh, right, we also got the better screw pattern. That's what we should do. Let's see if there's more iron someplace that's not right here. Bring up the map. And the reason I'm saying that is, okay, so there's a bunch of iron down here. Because I could potentially see... That's fine. Because I could potentially see with the iron over there, taking a moment, where is it? Is this way, right? Because right now I have the less efficient screw pattern. Oh no, it's the other way entirely. Okay. But I can see running over here, setting up a bunch of stuff, like basically just make it mass screw production for the time being. Let's not go over there. It's fine. Maybe this area down here in the middle becomes mass. I got all my copper stuff here. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to. Where do I want to put screw production? Because I've got plenty of iron here to work with. I just gotta figure out how I want to build it.
Downstairs, husband.
I love you.
I love you too.
Remember how much I love you.
A bunch?
Yeah.
Okay. You sleep well.
Me too.
Never. Love you. Alright. Let's actually go in the cave that's gonna be full of spiders. I don't remember the game being so dark. Is there a flashlight? There we go.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Please stop speaking to my brain directly. Are you using the new lumen? Oh, it does get... Ah! You're being all quiet, waiting for your moment to strike.
Comply.
Please stop speaking to my brain.
Fixit personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
I do not believe they've added it, considering it still is labeling them work in progress. If you stand around long enough, the voice lines go wild. Lovely. I was actually hoping to find a slug down there, not one of the MRSA things. There's like 3 or 4 different artifact varieties. Hey, don't mind me. I'm just doing my thing over here, alright? No need to get up. Oh, hey, shh. Hey. I'm assuming on top of the rock there's a uranium node? Where was the uranium? Like, we can't pick it up right now. I made that mistake at a time run past. Where it's like, I'll just snag this thing and I'll, you know, get the research real fast. Definitely, okay, it's right there. That rock right there is uranium. Hey. We're just gonna go right here. We're gonna zoom right in there and we're gonna go boom. Uranium, select icon, boom, select, apply. There's a blue slug up there next to the things that gas you. Yeah, I can, what's making that noise? Okay. I'm glad they all duked it out. Alright. So I'm mostly just wandering around a little, seeing if we can't find some slugs, that kind of stuff. Okay. It's fine. No talking to my brain today?
Harvest.
I don't think I'm gonna wait on this one to get special lines. We'll find plenty of those.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
I'm sure there's something deeply upsetting that we'll learn about those. Alright, come on. Okay. Well, let's drop off the alien artifacts that don't do anything yet. Alright. Yeah, so you need to upgrade our copper production kind of stuff. Okay, so alien artifacts go there. Put all the chunks of alien in here. We've got a yellow power slug. To make those. We can drop the cadmium and U off, and the sulfur off, and the petals off. Cool. That said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I said before I wrapped up, I would show the factory that I had, you know, long ago built. We will see if that opens. So I just saved this one. Which one was it? I think it was Eden. Okay. We'll see if it loads. It might not, because I don't know how many versions ago it was. And it might load and a bunch of stuff doesn't work. Alright, it loaded. Ah, that's... Yep, this is the one. So you can see, like, the giant factory thing going on here. As you can see, I was still waiting for more materials. I've got my ridiculous amount of power production over there. I've got my electronics factory over there. But yeah, so if we look at this absolute chaos, let me get above it so we can look down. Oh yeah, and I should have the holiday stuff. Yeah, I've got the holiday factory over there too. Let me go ahead and race up one of these areas. Let's go for the top of the building right away. So you can get an overview. It's going to be absolute spaghetti as a forewarning. Because the electrical expansions became a little much. Alright, so we had the radio tower up there. I thought I had a good spot I could look down at this place up here somewhere. I don't really. Oh, those are not ledges. That's fine. We should be able to do that real fast. Foundation, grab you. Okay. You didn't build a space elevator on top of the monstrosity? Nope. But yeah, so if you look down below, like, I've got the holiday factory thing set up over there. You can see where I've got resources being shoved into this place from all out in the map. Because when I did this, trains weren't working real well at the time. You can see I've also got some factory over there that, like, I've got tracks going in here. This became, like, a lot of my fluid and power production on this area. So you can see all that being belted up and doing all that kind of stuff. So it is just a whole big thing. It was really nicely organized until I had to expand my circuitry production to an absurd level, which resulted in this being built. And that's when everything went to hell. the moment I had to start getting the advanced electronics, the whole thing went to hell. Like you can see, I started building a second building, and that's about the point in the building point I got to, got to going, you know what? I don't want to deal with this anymore. And then I expanded that way, and then spaghetti. Spaghetti happened. But yeah, so otherwise you see belts just kind of every once in a while just shooting off into the distance in various different directions. That's what it boils down to. But if I drop down here to show you the way this is organized, I've got a drop spot right here. And this is where it all began. There's the power grid going down because I'm sure a lot of stuff isn't working because of all the adjustments that happened. Yeah, and like enemies apparently have respawned right here. But you can see, like, if you walk inside the building, this bottom floor is disorganized because it's not... Like, I left this room open, and then it became just... I didn't know what to do with it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But if we go up one floor, you'll see the way the organization is in most of the building. So if we look here, I have all my inlets for ore. They just go straight on down the line. They go to all these splitters that fit up into all those. And on the other side, we have them all organized. They go in here. And then there's more smelters on this side that handle stuff. What ends up happening is all of these feed into these spines that go up here. So like that one, and then you have a bunch over here. And then we follow those spines up as I fall down. And we follow those spines up. And there's the tubes outside that do it. I'm only going this way to show it. Like, we have this floor where all of these go in, they get split off to everything. They make all these plates. The plates go and they get fed up to various points. So I have, like, storage here. I've got more of the spines that go up to the next area to drop those off. And then you go on to the next floor. And I'm not going to show all the floors because there's something like 30, 40 floors on this. Actually, there might even be more. There's a lot of floors in this building. So again, we have more ingots here, and this time you see rods going out, and they're going to various ones. Like right now, you're not seeing it there because the power just failed. Oh, it crashed. But yeah, so the whole gist of it, that's probably just because it's so many versions behind. But I'm not gonna send them a report on that one. But like, so the whole idea is you go to each floor, and they have like the whole thing, like they go up the spines. That there's like these 2 or 3 main things on the front that have elevators that go up to the next floor, and then it goes to, this one makes screws, this one makes rods, this one makes this one makes this, until you start getting the more advanced recipes that starts doing all that. So it's like a main bus and branches, yep, but up. And like I said, it was fine at the beginning. It didn't run into a problem. Like even when I had copper stuff, you saw the other building where it's missing the walls. Like that one worked perfectly fine. It didn't start actually being a problem until I got to like the really advanced circuitry where I had to start bringing in Kyterium and all sorts of other stuff to make it. I don't remember what the recipes were. It's been so long. When I got to that point, it was kind of just a fatigue on me as the player that was like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. And so I just started plunking buildings down and just slamming conveyor belts into it. And that's what I went to tell. That's the reason why the bottom floor of the building was messed up. Because my original intent had been to make that bottom floor would have a bunch of storage containers that would ship everything down in, so I could just run in at any point and grab whatever resource I needed. That never happened, but it was after steel. It was one of the later resources. I just was like, I need this here, and I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna shove it down here for now, because I didn't want to bother running it all the way up to the roof, because it wasn't smart plates. I had the smart plates. I had the next one up. I had like the triangular like grid things. There was something like 4 or 5 floors up above all of the rest of it that it was getting to the point of having to like go and weave in and out of the building so that I'd have the conveyor go in and then go up and then go back out to get the vertical height because I'd run out of how high I could make things. It was fun. I liked building that building. I don't think I'd go to that extreme, but it feels like that would be fine for like making just the iron products up to the top and then ship them all out to another building that, I would have, okay, anything that's iron and copper combined go in this building. I could see doing that kind of thing. But I don't know if we'll do that. But with all that said, let me go ahead and stop the recording.